Yes, Chair, I recall it's in my sworn statement.
Sorry?
I do recall it's in my sworn statement, Chair.
And you stand by that answer?
Yes, Chair, I stand by it.
Did you ever explain to Sergeant Nkosi that there was a strict segregation of duties and that you had no access to the documents of the BEC?
Chair, I just explained that there's nothing I can do to check compliance.
You just explained that there was nothing you could do?
Yes.
And when did you explain that?
Chair, I think if you go into our discussions, and I'll particularly refer you to Bundle 3 of the pack that we have. And in this pack, Chair, I want to refer you to 4 instances. These 4 instances have been captured, Chair, on page 148 of bundle number 3. This is on the 11th of March in 2025. Secondly...
Mr. Mnisi, just wait for Chair to get to the page you are referring to.
Okay.
Yes. Can you give the page number again?
It's page 148 of the 3rd bundle.
Thank you.
So, Chair, if you look at page 148, there seems to be, well, there is a message from Sergeant Kosi. In this message, he sends me a notice saying 2 vehicles are for land, Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. That's what he says. We then go on a phone call, and I clearly explained, first get clarity. What is this all about? He then explains to me...
Sorry, can you please identify the chat you are referring to?
Okay.
When you mentioned Ngapesheya.
Okay. So on
maybe date and time, perhaps?
Okay. So on page 148, Chairperson, it's on the 11th of March, 2025. It's at 3:21 if you add the 2 hours as indicated by Senior Counsel. So it's chat number 1, 2, 3, 4. Chat number 4. On chat number 4, Sergeant Kosi says to me, "Good afternoon, my brother. Trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The 2 vehicles for land are Ngapesheya Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love." He then sends further messages with 7 companies. He then refers to a message where he is talking about the red berets and please check with Mfwetu with the same from CIC. Nonetheless, at this stage, I want to focus on the 4th from the top, where he's sending me details of Ngapesheya Security Services and El Shaddai. If you go over to the next page, on 149, you can clearly see the attempt to call me on 2 occasions. And I was busy. I couldn't answer. He even sends a message before the second call, Mfwetu, saying, "Are you able to pick up your call?" We then have a discussion. I call him back because I then had an opportunity. He then explains to me the request on why he's sending me this message. And he's over the telephonic discussion, Chair, "Can you please assist me with checking compliance for these 2 bids?" I then clearly explained to him, unequivocally, Chair, that I cannot check compliance. This bid is closed. There's nothing I can do. You can only explain bid clarification matters subject to tenders closing. So there's nothing I can do. Chairperson, it doesn't stop there. I'm going to take us now to 152. On 152, same bundle, the 2nd instance now, where Sergeant Kosi is referring to the very same entities after I had told him that there's nothing I can do to help you with compliance at this stage. Clearly, this is like a reminder now. And the date now, Chair, is the 18th of March, 2025. 2 instances I'm referring to, 11th of March, 7 days later, 18th of March. It's clearly a reminder because he's seeing that I'm not doing anything about the request that he had sent. Of course, before he sends this message, we do go on a call. And in that call, he does request me, "Did you remember to check compliance?" I say, "I don't remember. I don't even remember the entities you have sent to me." The call ends, he immediately sends me those 2 entities. I respond. I say, "Thanks, my bro," because he had now sent me those 2 entities. I can further confirm once more, Chair, that he is of the mistaken belief still at this point, from my point of view, that I can check compliance. I don't do anything about this because I can't check compliance in this matter. These tenders have closed, as referred to in our previous discussion, and they're currently under lock and key. This is the second instance. Chairperson, the third instance where he makes a similar inference.
Sorry, before you go to the third instance, what were you thanking him for at 153?
I was thanking.
He sent you at 152. He sends you Ngapesheya, El Shaddai, and you have explained it.
Yes.
So you say it's a reminder. But then your response is, thank you, my bro.
Thanks for the reminder.
What were you thanking him for?
So I was thanking him for the reminder. He sent me the entities. I told him I don't remember. He then sends it to me. I say thanks.
Okay.
But if you said you cannot assist with that, why is he sending you a reminder and you are thanking him? Why do you not say, I told you not to send me these things because there's nothing I can do?
Chairperson, I think what's clear here is that he's clearly of the mistaken view that I can check compliance first.
Yeah, but he can't make the same mistake repeatedly. The first time you tell him this cannot be done, then if he understood you, he would stop. The fact that he keeps repeating it and you keep thanking him suggests that you didn't make it clear to him that you are in the middle of a tender process. You cannot interfere. He must stop asking you to check compliance. Clearly, you did not do that.
Chair, firstly, it's the second time he sends me this, and it's the first time I actually respond. It's the first time I say thank you for your reminder. But as we go along, Chair, you'll understand why I'm mentioning this on purpose, and I'm bringing the number of events that came about with this particular tender. So, 157, with your permission, if I can continue. It will take you to where you want to go, Chair. 157,
Before we go on,
March.
I don't understand your response.
Yes.
Earlier, you said you told him that you could not assist because of the stage at which the process was. Then there are the calls between the two of you, and then bottom of 152, he sends you the names of the two entities again, and you thank him. I don't understand your response to the questions by my co-commissioners. Can you please make me understand?
So the purpose of my response was to thank him for the reminder, Chair. I did mention earlier on.
He was reminding you, what exactly was the reminder about?
So we go on a call, as previously said.
Sorry?
On 152, Chair, we go on a phone call.
Yes.
He calls me, he reminds me, did you check compliance for the entities that I had sent you before?
That's exactly the issue about which you had said you could not assist, not so?
Exactly, Chair.
So what's the reminder about if you could not assist? What's the reminder about?
Chair, this is clearly someone who's either persistent or doesn't understand or keeps on triggering the event. This is clear. So from my perspective, I need to deal with these matters in a strategic manner. I need to ensure that firstly, I make myself clear on what I can do, what I can't do within the ambit of the law.
So the strategy is to thank him?
Chair, I'm going there because this thing persists. It doesn't stop here. So now I'm just thanking him for the reminder. That's all I'm doing. He sends me the names of the entities. He asks me to check for compliance. I tell him I don't recall during the phone call. I don't recall receiving these entities. He had sent them to me on the 11th of March. I don't recall. He said, I will remind you. He then sends it. Then, Chairperson and co-commissioner, I say, I thank you for the reminder.
Maybe let me, at this point, I don't understand. I don't understand the thank you. But maybe you will take us where you'll make us understand. But right now, I just do not understand.
Okay, Chair.
Yeah.
I'll move forward, Chair, on page 157. This is now the 25th of March. There's been an instance on the 11th of March, a second instance on the 18th of March, a third instance on the 25th of March now. On 157, again, you will see, he sends me a list of those two entities again at 8:12. I do nothing about it. Don't respond to him. The response that you see later is at 12:44. It doesn't have any relation in terms of the previous message. Again, Chairperson, this is someone who is persisting. And the reason for persistence would be in two fashions. Firstly, he doesn't understand what I said to him in terms of there's nothing I can do, I can't check compliance for you. Secondly, he's persisting and he's really trying his luck now. That's from my point of view, and I need to express that to the commission on how I view the situation and how I understood the context of this repetitiveness at this period in time.
But you had told him what you say you told him only once. And when there was what you call a second approach on the same subject, you thanked him. So you can't complain about him being persistent when you had thanked him on the second occasion.
No, Chair, I think thanking is on the reminder. I'm not thanking him for sending me names. I'm thanking him for reminding me. I told him I don't remember. So we can't put a link between me thanking him and me saying, I will make magic for you and I'll miraculously check compliance on those documents. I wouldn't feel that's a fair linkage that we can do at this stage, because I'm trying to explain the sequence of events in the context of what was transpiring within these events. And how I was, you see, Chair, it gets worse at 177.
Yeah. You see, my difficulty is when you speak to the texts, not reading them, you appear, in terms of tone, to have been annoyed by what he was doing. Am I getting the correct sense?
I completely ignore him at this stage, Chair. I don't even say anything. Which
But
means from my perspective...
Were you or were you not annoyed?
Yeah, I'm at a stage where I'm rolling my eyes now, Chair.
Sorry?
I'm at a stage where I'm literally rolling my eyes now, and I am getting a bit annoyed. At this stage, at 157. This is the third instance where he's sending me these things.
And you are not telling him so. At no point are you telling him so. Or are you still to take us there?
I told him, remember, Chair. I had explained to the commission that I told him.
No. I'm not asking about you telling him.
Yes.
That the process is at this stage now and I cannot assist. That's not what I'm asking about.
Yes.
I'm asking about the stage when you are now annoyed. So I'm saying, and you do not tell him that you are annoyed. This is what I told you, Sergeant Kosi, and you are persisting. I'm annoyed with you now.
So, Chairperson, an expression of annoying or could be expressed in different ways. Firstly...
Show me where you expressed it in a different way.
Chairperson, if you can just allow me to explain how you would normally, in a normal instance. Firstly, you write a message and you say, look, stop doing this. I'm annoyed. Secondly, you completely ignore an issue. This is from my perspective now, and this is how I deal with matters on a day-to-day basis. I would ignore a complete topic whatsoever. Firstly, if I could express it to you and explain it to you clearly via telephonic call, I would do that. So there are three mechanisms which I use to express that. I telephonically had a discussion with Sergeant Kosi. I expressly made it clear to you. There's nothing I can do to check compliance for you. This body is closed. An individual who persists, once I've said, Chair, I'm not going to waste my time and entertain that any further.
If I were him, I would probably have persisted as well. When you thank me, when I make a second approach, you thank me, I would probably have persisted as well.
So, Chair, this is the third instance, and I ignore that now. It's my second way.
You've not ignored it. You say him forward to. You've not ignored it. You say him forward to.
If you look at the times, Chair, you can't link those two. The one is at 8:12. The second is at 10:44. And it's for a completely different discussion. So we can't link those two together. Had it been immediately after, I'll say 3 to 5 minutes, I would agree with you that, yeah, I am saying him forward to. I ignored this, Chair. Clear distinction in time.
Can I show you that you did not ignore him?
Yes, Commissioner.
Your response to Chair, can I show you that you did not ignore him?
On 157.
No, go to 177.
Oh, I'm getting there, Chair. I'm getting there. Remember, I'm saying there are 4 instances.
No, but it's the same day, within an hour.
Okay, so let me get there with your permission, Chair. Let me get to 177 in the 4th instance. I want to get there now.
So, Mr. Mnisi, let's do this. All I was doing for now was to counter your response to the Chair that you did not respond to him for 4 hours. Because you said to Chair, if you look at the time, it's 6 o'clock, and then you respond to him at 10 o'clock. Therefore, you ignored him for 4 hours on the 25th of March, 2025. That's your response to Chair. And I'm saying to you, that's incorrect, because within an hour, you actually respond, and you respond directly to the issue of the companies. So it's not a different incident. It's the same day, within an hour.
Commissioner Baloy, if you allow me to proceed, you will
It's
see
Khumalo,
what...
it's not Baloy.
Sorry, Commissioner Khumalo. If
Yes.
you allow me to proceed,
Yes.
I respond to another text from him. There's another text that I respond to. A different incident. Yes, it's on the same day. The time
Within
that
an hour.
difference...
Can you just agree that it's within an hour?
Let me check that, Chair. I'm not sure.
It's in 177.
So on 177, at 7:08,
Yes.
he sends me another email. Is that not a trigger, Commissioner Kumar? Is that not another trigger? With all fairness and with all due respect, do I initiate this again, or does Sergeant Kosi trigger this discussion again? With all fairness, it's a trigger from Sergeant Kosi, Commissioner Kumar. It's not me. Hence, I'm saying this is the 4th instance that this matter comes upon. So I want to respectfully disagree with your notion that I am the one who's entertaining this now. That's not correct, Commissioner Khumalo. It's the 4th instance, and I want to speak to that because what's in front of us and the evidence presented, it's clear. I ignore him on the 3rd instance, and I'm getting to the 4th instance, which we are here now. He then sends me a list of companies again.
Before you discuss the 4th instance, at page 157, you did not ignore him, you acknowledged him. There is no intervening telephone call or communication between you. In fact, what you do is he sends you those names and you acknowledge him by saying third. That's not to ignore him. You have acknowledged him. And in fact, you follow it up with a message that says, let's meet. So I expressed my irritation with him, one of the 2 options that you said would be your possible responses. At 157, there is no record of you indicating any annoyance with him sending these messages. This message, in fact, which you say is a reminder. And 2, you haven't ignored him. You, in fact, acknowledge his message. And then you go on to arrange a meeting with him. By any description or definition, you did not ignore him.
So, Chair,
And this is apart from that it does not make sense that the first time he sends you these things, you then sit, as you tell us, you have these telephone calls, you actually say thank you. And you say, I had telephone calls where I told him he must not send me these things because there's nothing I can do. Well, he sends you a reminder and you say thank you to the reminder. That's what you say. And then the next thing you do, he sends you another reminder. You tell us it's another reminder. You say forward to. At no point is there record before us of you having ignored him or in any way expressed an annoyance. In fact, your WhatsApp messages are encouraging.
Commissioner, firstly, I respectfully disagree with you. I'm not encouraging him at all. I am expressing myself in the manner that I've explained to the Commission. There are 3 ways that I do express myself in various circumstances. Through official telephonic phone call, 1. Secondly, I'll just ignore something that is persistently annoying me. And the 3rd would have been easier. And maybe I should have done that, but I didn't at this point in time because I saw it irrelevant from my perspective. So, Chair, I also want to disagree with you, Commissioner Baloy, when you want to link something that happened so later on. I mean, it can't be linked to the 2. I'm not responding to that. 4 hours down the line, I'm on 157 now. I'm not entertaining this. We meet on a regular basis. This was a meeting to discuss whatever else that we would normally have. It was not me entertaining in whatever form or shape the message that was sent at 8:12, 4 hours down the line. It wouldn't have been practical for me to reopen a discussion at that stage on 157. On 177, after the 3 instances that have just now occurred and that we have all just seen, 11th, 18th, 25th, it happens again now on the 25th, as Commissioner Khumalo rightfully says. He sees that I'm ignoring him because I don't respond to what he says. He then sends it again. and it's a fourth trigger from my side. At this point in time, Chair, I must admit to you, on 177, chat number 3, from the top and from the bottom, sends me a list of companies, please given to Mfowethu in order of priority. This is a persistence again from my side. And I'm clear now that this is no longer an element of misunderstanding. It could be someone really, really trying his luck. What I would normally do in instances of this nature, which I face almost on a daily basis, Chair, I need to apply a strategy. And a strategy is 2 ways. Cause outright conflict and be crystal clear and have a situation where I wouldn't know what the outcome is. Secondly, try and come up with a strategy that will entertain, play along, and try and puff and puff. That's what we normally say. Huff and puff at a situation, but I know there's nothing I can do. This tender process is independent. The segregation of duties. If you now go further on to 177, I respond to him, and this is where I think Commissioner Khumalo was going to. I say to him, thanks, Mfowethu, I am on top of this. I then respond again. Is this, I meant to say, is this our list? Is this the list? Is this the final list when I repeated that? So this is me entertaining him and playing along, Chair. At this point in time, I was annoyed. There had been significant persistence. In my assessment, this was no longer a case of misunderstanding.
Can you please read the rest of the WhatsApp? It says, this is ours and forward to.
Yes.
This is, not is this. This is our final list, right?
And there's a question mark, yes.
Yes.
True.
Our final list.
Yes. So it says here, this is ours in Mfowethu. This is the final list.
What is ours?
I meant to say, is this the final list?
No, the first part of that chat. There are 2 questions there and 2 different things. You say, this is ours in Mfowethu. This is our list, right? Our final list, right? So I'm asking about the first one. This is ours. What do you mean?
I meant the same thing, Chair. This is the final list. That's what I meant.
By ours?
Chair, this is the contents of a text. In a text, you don't really formalize discussions. Some instances, it could come across as informal when you mean something. In this case, I clearly meant this is the final list.
Ours. I'm asking about ours. What does it mean when you say ours?
It meant this is the final list, Chair.
But ours refers to me and you.
True.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking. When you say ours, what do you mean here?
Okay.
A list is a separate issue. But you and me, ours, what do you mean when you say?
So in the context of this discussion, which I would honestly like to stick to, my understanding at the point when I was sending this message to Sergeant Kosi was, this is the final list. That's what I meant.
What final list?
The final list where we
what
need to...
list were you discussing
Yes.
with him as being a final list of what?
So on 177,
Yes.
chat number 3 from the top, he sends me a list of companies.
Yes.
These are the list of companies that he's persistently asking me to check for compliance per my sworn affidavit. So I'm saying this is the final list that you want me to assist in checking compliance. That's my understanding of this context of the discussion, firstly, in the message that he sends me, Commissioner Baloy. Secondly, in the response that I gave. It might not have been in a formally structured sentence that would make sense in a context of this nature, but my understanding at the point in time and my understanding now was that he wanted me to check compliance for the list of 7 companies that are stated on page 177. The context of these discussions in the repetitive nature on how I was persisting on this from 148, 152, 157 on the 11th, 18th, and 25th of March, it was persistent from my perspective.
You see, the list at page 177, that text rather.
Yes.
At 177, he says, our vehicles, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given forward to in order of priority.
Yes.
Are you asking us to ignore in order of priority as having any meaning?
No, not at all, not at all.
You want us to understand that he was saying to you, check for compliance in order of priority.
Remember, Commissioner, it's what I understood from reading this text.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you a question. Are you asking us, are you saying to us, we should understand the end of that message where it says in order of priority? We must understand it to mean he was saying, check these in order of priority for compliance.
Commissioner, for me to make you understand, I need to make you understand what I understood. That's what I can do. What I understood at this point in time,
Yes.
as per the context of the discussion, was that give these vehicles in order of this priority to check compliance. That's what I understood at the time.
That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all that he gives you a list and says check check compliance in order of priority. It doesn't make sense, because if all you're doing is checking compliance, it really doesn't matter what order you're checking them against. You could start at the bottom and end, which is Shumile Security Services. You could have started there and ended at number 1, El Shaddai. It would not have made a difference if all you were doing was checking compliance.
You see, Commissioner, I need to explain to you what I understood. How he said it, I can't comment on what he understood when he said that. But within the discussion that we had, please, Commissioner, discussions that we had starting on 148 was purely for me to check compliance, which I couldn't do, and I'm clear to that. I couldn't do, and I did not do that because it was outside my domain. But the context of these discussions continue. They say check compliance. So when I'm understanding this, from me being a recipient of this message is check this compliance in order of this priority.
Yes.
That's what I understood.
Okay. Lastly, from me on this page, at least on this WhatsApp message, what I'm challenging is not how he said it. I'm challenging what you say was your understanding of it and what you want us to accept as what it means, that it does not make sense that you would have understood it that way.
Commissioner, it's a bit difficult if you were to challenge an understanding of a person who received a message. It could be coming across in a different setting. We are in a commission. But of course, my understanding stands. That's what I understood at the time, Commissioner, and that's what I still understand now.
You have answered me, Mr. Mnisi. I don't think it gets better.
But let me just...
I've heard what you say, and if what you're doing is repeating what you have said, you know, my position about it is what you put to us as your understanding of this message does not make sense.
Commissioner, I think...
Sorry, please respond.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, I'm here to give evidence in terms of the understanding of these discussions. This discussion took place more than a year ago at this stage. I need to come here and testify and give my version of events in the form of what I understood at the time. So this is my understanding. I've got no reason, absolutely, Commissioner, to lie about this. This is my understanding on this message. There are two things that I understood from this message in particular before we move on to the rest of my messages, because that's where I think I really need to explain on what I said and what was the reason behind me saying that. What he said and what he meant, it's a different story. What I understand from what he says to me, two things, Commissioner. The first one, please check compliance, which has been repeating all along. The second one, in order of this priority. That's what I understood. But I also need to state on that I did not check compliance. I could not check compliance. There was nothing I could do. The problematic areas for me, Chair, is my responses. Because as Commissioner Khumalo was stating, I should have been expressly clear. This is the point in time where this is coming up for the fourth time from the same individual. From my perspective, firstly, I would have thought he understood that there's nothing I could do. He clearly didn't understand. Moving on, the persistence also shows me that over and above not understanding the context of what I'm saying, there's now a trigger of me being triggered to try and assist with these matters. So what do I do now? Because I realize that okay, this is more than just checking compliance now. He doesn't say it. There's no way he says it, Commissioner. He doesn't say that I need you to make sure that these companies are appointed. But as a seasoned professional, I realize that there's no one that would persist so much after I'm clearly telling him that there's nothing I can do in this. I realize that between 157 and 177, that this is something that I must do further than just checking. And it's completely out of my range and there's nothing I could do about this. I then respond. In my responses, at the bottom of 177 and at the top of 178, I say, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this. I say, this is ours, Mfowethu. This is the final.
Just before you go on, just before you go ahead, two things. It was you that he wanted to check compliance,
Yes.
not anybody else. Not anybody else.
He was asking me.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. So he wanted you to check compliance.
Yes.
That text, the second last text, the one with a list of names of entities, there's reference to this list being given to Umfowethu. You see that?
Yes.
Who was that Umfowethu?
I can't speak to what he was saying. I don't know what he was referring to when he was saying that. I read this message that I must check for compliance for these companies.
Where's checking compliance here, Mr. Mnisi?
Okay.
Where's checking compliance here?
Yes.
Captain, find below, and by captain he was obviously referring to you, correct? Or was it a forwarded message? Oh, okay. But who was this Mfowethu? Do you know or don't you know?
Chair, I can't see if this is a forward message. I read this as a message from him to me.
To you?
That's how I read this
Okay.
message. I'm unable
All right.
to see whether this is a forwarded message or whatsoever. Hence, when I respond to this,
Okay, let's forget about captain then. Who's this Mfowethu? You say you do not know.
Chair, like I'm saying to you, this is a message he writes and sends to me. I read this message, I interpret it in my way. When I interpret these messages, here are a list of companies. Chair, I skim read on a number of occasions. I can't sit and read documents one by one. There's thousands of documents I read on a daily basis.
This is just one text,
Chair.
and you have not suggested that you did not read it. So let's not complicate matters by referring to thousands of documents. This is one text,
Yes, Chair.
and you have not suggested that you did not read it. So you read it.
Yes,
And
Chair.
you have said a good few times that you understood it in the manner in which you have described it.
Spot on, Chair.
So I'm just trying to understand within the way in which you saw the message, what the Mfowethu referred to is. You say you do not know.
Chair.
Here's my difficulty. With that part of the message that you do not understand, that to me seems to cut across the idea that this was about compliance. And in any event, there's nothing in the text about compliance. This says, here's the list that's going to be given to Mfowethu in order of priority. Do you want to comment?
Yes, I do, with due respect.
Yes.
And I must say, Chair, that was a very loaded statement that you gave. So I'm going to try and break it down now. And in me break it down, firstly, I must give the Commission my understanding of this message. It's a message that I received. When I receive this message, I see keywords. 7 companies I see, priority I see. But with due respect, Chair, you can't read this message on 177 in isolation of page 148, in isolation of page 150. It's a build up. This is a build up. So it would be extremely unfair for us to take this as an isolated single event. It's a build up starting on the 11th of March. We're now sitting on the 27th of March. Hence, it's so important for me to bring the context so that we all understand. Not on each message would there be check compliance, check compliance, check compliance. It happened on the first encounter via telephonic discussion as I presented on page 148 on the 11th of March. From then, I understood and I knew what this matter was about.
Yes, let's zoom in on that. You said on that build-up, you came to understand that he actually wanted to ensure that the municipality, and because he was communicating with you, I can directly say that you would make sure that these entities get the award and get the award in the order listed. You said that's how you eventually came to understand he was seeking to convey. You said so when responding to one of Commissioner Baloyi's questions, correct?
Correct, Chair. I
Yes,
said that,
yes,
and that was my
yes.
understanding due to the
Yes.
persistent nature of this. It was no longer a case of someone not understanding. There was more to that. But I must also state, Chair, it doesn't...
Please try to be short if questions don't require lengthy explanations, and this one did not. Thank you. Now, that's the understanding you had come to have. And let's look at your response. Now you have the understanding that, and bear in mind that when we go back, the request was about something you could not do and you had told him so. He persists. Now it gets to a point where you realize that what he actually wants is that you should do an improper award. You've just said so. Now let's look at your response. You say, thanks Mfowethu, I'm on top of this. Is that the sort of response one could expect from someone who actually realizes that this person wants you to commit corruption, wants you to effect an improper award? Is this the response? Thanks Mfowethu, I am on top of this.
Okay, Chair. So like I was saying in the first place, I need to respond to this, taking into account that he doesn't say that I realized this on my own because of the persistent nature of this individual. At this point, Chair, I am annoyed because I was clear to you that there's nothing I could do. And I must also reiterate for the record, I did not do anything about that. My responses now is equally to try and demonstrate on his misunderstanding. Firstly, he pretends as if, from my view, by the third message, that he just wants me to check compliance, which I've been clear on. You can't check compliance in these matters. So what do I need to do now, Chair? There's two things I could have done. First one I could have done, which would have been the most easiest way to get me out of this conundrum that I'm finding myself in now, would have said, there's nothing I can do, please stop talking about this thing. Easily. Second one, Chair, please, if I can just wrap this up. Because
no, I'm not talking, I just switched my mic on.
See, what's so important, Chair, is that the second thing is that I need to take a decision. This is an individual who is my friend now, and I need to manage that friendship in a delicate manner. If I play along intentionally, and Chair, that playing along and me entertaining him assists me, because this is the last time he ever raises this issue. Mind you, this is the 25th of March, 2025. The award is eventually made 9 months down the line on the 25th of September. Can you imagine, Chair, had I not treated this man in the manner that I did, I would have been constantly bombarded with this issue over and over. Ideally, I could have, and I should have, expressly clear, tell him that I've told you before, just stop it, stop going on about this matter. But in me taking into account that this is also a friend of mine now, I need to treat this matter delicately. And I chose an easier way out for me. And an easier way out for me at this point in time was, I'm going to play along, I'm going to entertain this individual, I'm going to huff and puff, so that he thinks I'm able to assist him. And Chair, that helped me because there was no further discussion from then forth on this matter.
I will say this, Mr. Mnisi. You don't come across as a weak person. And the second alternative, which is basically not to challenge him when he is suggesting that you should effect an improper award, shows weakness. And I do not understand why you would not have told your friend that, look, here, my responses on this have been A, B, C, D. I made myself clear on the first occasion on this, but you are not only persisting, but now you are suggesting that I should make an improper award. I will not do that. I do not, subject to what happens down the line, but at this point, I do not believe what you are saying. I want to suggest to you that you were actually cooperating with Sergeant Kosi. And when the names were given a second time, probably during the telephone calls, you had asked for the names again. And now he's giving you names so that there may be an award, and that award should be in accordance with or rather should be in the sort of priority that is listed on here, on that second last text. And you say, thanks Mfowethu, I'm on top of this. So I suggest to you that you were cooperating with Sergeant Kosi. Any comment?
Yes, Chairperson, indeed, I do have a comment. Firstly, I didn't want to jump the gun, because me jumping the gun and expressly saying to this guy, you are making me do something wrong, where there's no objective evidence that he's doing that. It's me reading the situation on my own at this stage. So, Chair, it would have been, I think, not smart for me to start conflict where there's no conflict. The onus is on him. On this point, the onus is on him to make it clear to me that this is over and above compliance. He doesn't do that. He sticks to his guns as per 148 that I want you to check compliance for me. I also stick to my guns that I can't check for you, but I see the persistent nature. I then realize, because I've been in this field for some time, I realize that I'm suspecting, maybe let me be very careful in the words that I use. I'm suspecting in my own assessment, due to the persistence of the nature of these messages, that this is now him wanting me to go over and above compliance. He wanted me to go over and above compliance in terms of this matter. Whether it's checking whether they've made it to the next stage or whatever, I don't know, Chair. I don't want to speculate on that, but that I did realize that it was over and above compliance. But in all fairness as well, it doesn't expressly say that. So I can't jump the gun and start conflict where there shouldn't be. So what I decide to do is stick to the initial narrative as per our discussion 148. And the initial discussion was, please check compliance. He pretends like he doesn't know that I said he doesn't. I will also pretend like I will check for you. This is leading me to 177. Was it the smartest approach in dealing with the matter and taking the easier route at this stage in this forum? No, it was not. But that was my understanding at this stage, Chair. Secondly, I was not cooperating with him, Commissioner. I was not cooperating with him. I could not cooperate with him. There was nothing I could do to check any compliance or to interfere in the process. I also did not do anything to suggest with the objective evidence that we are looking at, Chair, that I interfered in this process. I'm explaining the context of that, taking into account the sequence of events from that point in time. So I respectfully, Chair, don't agree with the notion that I was intentionally cooperating. He was playing like a fool. I also played like a fool. Was it the smartest strategy to use to get out this conundrum? It wasn't. Did it assist me in the long run? It did, Chair. Not a single time from here moving forward does he ever ask me about this. So me sitting here, he either understands on his side when he reads this that yes, this guy's really going to help me. Or he says, this guy's playing me for a fool. And he leaves the matter. I don't know. But that's my version of events.
Mr. Chaskalson?
No, there are two things. Sorry, Mr. Chaskalson. Chair asked you a question. Where in the text does Sergeant Nkosi ask you to check compliance? And you have not responded to that. So can you please show Chair where in the text does he ask you to check compliance? And then my question was, you create the impression that it is Sergeant Nkosi who's initiating these discussions. But if you look at 157, it is you who's making multiple calls to him before he sends you that list. It's very early in the morning. It's almost like the first thing you do when you wake up. You make several phone calls to him. And after the third phone call, he then sends you the list, which goes to Chair's point that you requested this and he sent it to you. But now when you respond, you act as if he's the one who's harassing you and persistently sending you this text. But almost every single one of them is preceded by a phone call between you and him, during which phone call you could have easily clarified and said, stop sending me this. There's nothing I can do about this. So please respond to Chair's question first. Where in the text does Sergeant Nkosi ask you to check for compliance? And then secondly, deal with my issue that in every instance, he's not harassing you. You've actually called him, and immediately after the phone call, he sends you the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. I think firstly, I referred the Commission to 148 and 149. And this is the start of these discussions. Terms of requesting or modes of communication that are in front of us is two ways. The first mode of communication would be via a telephonic phone call. A second mode of communication would be via an SMS. In this instance, I did say to the commissioner, to the chair, as well as yourself, Commissioner Khumalo, that the phone call on 149 that took place at 126, well, 326, is when we had a discussion clarifying the above. We'll go back to 148. On 148, he sends me the list of those entities and 2 other messages from there. I don't respond to him. He calls me once. Clearly, I don't pick up because I see he says Mfwetu, and he calls me a 3rd time. That for me, from my recollection or what would normally happen is I probably didn't answer because I was busy with something. I then call him back.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, just before you go too far so that I understand you. You refer us to page 149
Yes.
at 126. What do you
No.
say is the relationship between 149 and what you're discussing at 148?
Yes. So on 148, he sends me the list of the companies.
Yes,
At 149, we have a discussion on that.
yes.
This is where we have a discussion, and this is where he clarifies to me that he wants me to assist in checking compliance. So the mode of communication might not have been in writing, but there was a telephonic phone call, from my recollection, that where he explained why he's sending me the list of these companies.
So let's keep this short then. There is no text or WhatsApp where he says to you in writing, please check compliance.
Yes, and I didn't say there was a text, Commissioner
No,
Kumar.
that's why I wanted to clarify. I'm asking the question so that we are on the same page. There is no text where he says to you, please check compliance. Yes or no?
Commissioner,
Yes or no, Mr. Mnisi? There is no text, yes, or there is.
Commissioner, please allow me to express myself because I need to explain to the Commission. I need to explain what happened. And I'm explaining to the Commission that there are 2 modes of communication.
Are we going to get to the other mode? For now, I'm asking about the text. That's why if you answer the question, we can move to another mode. And I will allow you, to be fair to you, I'm going to give you a chance to talk about the phone calls. So let's deal with the issue of the text first. There is no text where Sergeant Nkosi asks you to check compliance.
Yes, Commissioner,
Yes, now
I did say that. There's no text.
Yes, now deal with your other mode that you wanted
I've
to deal with.
explained to the Commission that the second mode was a phone call, which happened on page 149, where he explains to me why he's sending me those companies. And this is where the issue of compliance comes on board.
Yes. Now, the other issue was, even on 148, before he sends you a list of companies, there's a phone call from you to him. And it continues on 154, it's the same story. 177 is the same story. It's not as if out of the blue he sends you things. There's a phone call you initiate that precedes this text that he sends to you about the companies. Just look at 148, for example. Immediately before the list of companies, there is a call from you to him. Do you see that?
Sure, indeed. Me and this guy used to speak all the time. And it's evident from the chats. There are more than, I think, 390 chats. He was my friend. It's the honest truth. But that phone call that you are referring to has no relation whatsoever to that message that's there. That message that's there is sent about 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, down the line. And I'm trying to explain to you that what relates to this message, the preceding phone call on 149, where he explains to me what he's looking for. This is now answering the first part of your question, because the first part of your question was, I did not respond to the chairperson when he asked me, where is it in writing? So I want to now move on, with your permission, Commissioner, on 157.
Please look at 148 and also 154, because my focus was really on 154, that what preceded those messages on the on the 25th, sorry, where were we? 157. What preceded those messages on the 25th was 3 phone calls that you initiated on the 25th of March, 2025.
What page is that?
157.
Okay, so we're on 157.
Yes. And then immediately after those 3 phone calls, he sends you the list of the security companies.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
But why, Chair, would you assume that I'm the one requesting for entities by virtue of these phone calls? I mean, it's evident that Sergeant Kosi now would speak on a regular basis. And I wouldn't feel it's fair for us to assume by virtue of phone calls and create an alignment on certain situations. It is not objective, Chair, at this point in time.
Let me tell you why it's objective. If I call you at 6:02 a.m., if I call you at 6:02 a.m. and you and I talk on the phone, and then 10 minutes later, you send me a list without any description, without any narrative, just a list of names. It seems to me that it flows that the discussion was about you sending me the list. That's why the next thing I would do is send you the list. Because if it's a completely different discussion, I would introduce that discussion and say, oh, by the way, there's this other issue. But if all I do is send you a list of names following the discussion on the phone, then those two things are linked. It's human nature, Mr. Mnisi. We are all human beings. We use telephones. That's how human beings communicate with each other. It's not rocket science.
Commissioner, I want to disagree with you that respectfully, and my reason for disagreeing is that Sergeant Kosi and I engaged on a number of matters, and some of those engagements was as a result of the friendship relationship that we had developed over time. Hence, would have a number of discussions, and it was not linked to this. On this matter, Chair, I'm trying to present the sequence of events and what really occurred from the best of my recollection. From the best of my recollection, I would never and I would not induce him to send me a list of companies to break the law. I would never do that, Chair, and I did not do that.
Very briefly, Mr. Shaskalson, on something quite smallish. Can you go to page 158? At the top, he says sharpen 482 and you say 482. Would I be correct to say that when you say 482 like that, you basically mean thank you? Or not really?
Chairman, 158, the second chat.
Top of the page, yes. He says sharpen 482 and you say 482. Would that not either be a thank you or an acknowledgement?
No, would be me saying I have arrived. We were supposed to meet at a specific venue, as you'll see beforehand. So when he says sharp mfwetu, and when I say mfwetu, I'm saying I've arrived. Because immediately after that, I explain that I've arrived. It was not a form of acknowledgement. It was me telling him I've arrived where we're supposed to meet.
Oh, okay. All right, let me take you to page 157 then. I just wanted to understand your use of mfowethu. Let me take you to 157. Just below the middle of the page, you have another mfowethu there below the two companies or below the two entities. Do you see that mfowethu there?
Yes, Chair.
What does it mean in that context?
So I was taking a discussion. I'm saying, Mfowethu, can we meet at Jean Avenue? This is sent almost at the same time. I was trying to tell you.
Splitting the texts is a bit confusing. You said the same thing about Mfowethu at 158. The Mfowethu stands all on its own, and it follows him saying sharp Mfowethu. So I thought the Mfowethu was responding to the sharp Mfowethu. Because the text about I've arrived is all on its own. It's the same here as well. You are sent the two names and you say Mfowethu only. And then the text that says, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about 4 is all on its own again.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, can you explain why you split these? Let me tell you my understanding. My understanding is that the Mfowethu below the two names at 157 is an acknowledgement of the fact that you've received the two names. That's why it stands all by itself. And then the other one at 158 is just a response to sharp Mfowethu, and you say Mfowethu. It has nothing to do with what comes below that. So the point I wanted to make is, this is merely at 157 an acknowledgement. And I wanted to ask, why would you either an acknowledgement or even a thank you? And my question would then have been, why acknowledge the two names or why thank Sergeant Kosi for the two names. Because I don't understand you linking that forward to, which is standing all by itself, linking it with the following text. Comment?
Yes, Chair. If you look at the times, Chair, 10:44, 10:44.
I've seen the times. I've seen the times. Just like I've seen the times at 1:58 as well.
So that's how I communicate, Chair. Unfortunately, it's my way of communication. I would have said, Fwetu, can you meet the Chair Avenue at about 4?
Why not make it continuous in one text?
It's my way of communication, Chair. That's how I communicate, and it's repetitive a number of times, as you can see in these discussions as well. And not only does that happen within this context and this discussion, but if it's an informal discussion, there's no need for me to formalize it. With my friends, with my family members, this is exactly how I speak, Chair. If it was a need for me to formalize this, I would have structured it in a formal manner, had it been for business, work-related matters. But because this is an individual who is a friend, there's no reason for me to formalize. Hence, this is how I speak. And the alignment between these two is because it's sent at the exact same time. Me saying, Fwetu, can we please meet at Gene Avenue at about 4 p.m.? And it so continues in the next chat as well, Chair.
Mr. Mnisi, I just want to go back to an answer that you gave to the chairperson in a previous question that he asked you. And I want to suggest that you were untruthful in your answer. At 177, that text where you are asked in order of priority, 177, where you're given that list of companies in order of priority, the chairperson asked you who is Mfowethu referred to in that text. And you answered, I don't know. And I want to suggest or put to you that you are untruthful with that answer because you acknowledge this message as being sent to you to check for compliance in order of priority. You accept that this is communicating to you to check in order of priority. So that forward today is the person that is going on your version to check in order of priority. So you are untruthful, or you were untruthful in your answer to the chair when you say, I don't know who is Mfowethu here. A further reason I say you're untruthful about it is that your constant or repetitive way of communicating with Sergeant Kosi is you refer to him and he refers to you as Mfowethu. That's what these texts that we have discussed so far indicate. But more importantly for me, at 177, if you acknowledge, as you have done, that text to have been directed at you to check compliance in order of priority, you are the Mfowethu that's going to be doing that checking, because that's what that text says. Do you want to comment?
Yes, please, Honorable Commissioner. I would love to comment. Yes, on a number of occasions, myself and Sergeant Kosi, I refer to him as Mfowethu. He refers to me as the same. So, Chair, I was not untruthful when I say in the context of this message was sent to me. So I understood that it is directed at me. It is directed at me. It is sent to me. So what I understood with this question and I was answering for the chairperson was that I needed to, he asked me, what was this message sent to you? What was the importance of that firstly? I said, they wanted me to check compliance. He wanted me to check compliance in the order of this priority, the entities that have been listed here. He said to me, to be given to whom Fwetu. See, the context on how this has been crafted as well, I'm not sure. What I can assure the committee is that this message is referred to me because it is sent to me. So when I read this message, I was of the understanding that it's sent to me and it was for me to address.
Yes.
I was not truthful. Maybe I didn't understand what the chairperson was saying.
Okay, but you accept that the Mfowethu referred to in this text it has to be you.
What I want to accept is that myself and Sergeant Kosi call each other Mfowethu.
No, that's not my question, Mr. Mnisi. Don't formulate your question and then answer it. That's not what I've asked you. It's not helpful for our engagement. I've asked you a question, answer my question. My question is, do you accept, therefore, given your explanation, do you accept that the Mfowethu referred to in this text is in fact you? Contrary to what you said to the chair earlier, Earlier you said to the chair, I don't know who this is, right? And I've demonstrated to you why this must be you. And I've concluded by saying you are being untruthful. And you went on to say, well, I didn't understand the question. And that's why I say, so you do accept that the Mfowethu to refer to in this text is you. You either say, I don't accept or I do accept, and then we can move on.
Chairperson, I did accept it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chaskatson?
I sort of lost track of where we've been going in the last hour. It's actually, I think this is the longest period I've ever gone without asking a question. But let me try and regain my bearings. Mr. Mnisi, before we, I'm going to have to retrace some of the steps you've covered with the Commission, because with respect to your answers are transparently false. And although the commissioners have already, I submit, shown that, there's a lot more evidence that shows it too. So I need to go through that. But before I get there, I just want to clarify on Friday, when I asked you to explain a certain text, you said, oh no, it's an autocorrect error. I'm going to take him off actually meant I was going to take him on. You've looked at these texts quite closely now, and the Commission has taken you through them quite closely. Have you picked up any other autocorrect errors that you'd like me to be aware of before we start down this road?
Chairperson, I think firstly, the indication I see that my answers are false. I must try and firstly address that and respectfully disagree with that, because these are the recollection of the events, and I am trying to take the Commission through what transpired at that point in time. But I suspect, as you did mention, that as and when we go further, we'll have further discussions, maybe towards what's leading you to that inference. But respectfully, I would like to disagree with that inference, that my answers are false. They are not false, Chair. These are the true events on the recollection of my knowledge as per the sequence of what was going on this topic at hand. Your second question is a bit, I've got a pack of 669 pages. So I couldn't, from the top of my head, tell you now, Senior Counsel, what is autocorrect, what is not. So can I respectfully request that as and when we go through this, we'll have a discussion on that, but I wouldn't know at this stage.
No, I'm confining myself to these 4 instances where Sergeant Nkosi sends you names of companies that to the rest of us seem to be the names of the companies he wants to get this tender, but to you seem to be the names of the companies in respect of which he's impermissibly asking you to check compliance. We spent the last hour going through those, you and the Commission. Did you come across any autocorrect errors in those chats, looking at those 4 instances?
I think when I was focusing on responding to the questions that the commissioners were posing. I might not have picked up anything while we were having those discussions, Evidence Leader.
Right, but where you actually did respond to a specific text, I can be confident that that text means what it says and wasn't an autocorrect problem.
There were instances where we looked at a chest, I tried to clarify because of the misunderstanding and the informal nature of the discussions. So I think while the commissioners were asking questions, there were some points where I tried to explain further, just to give a clear indication of what this actually meant as a result of the highly informal nature of these SMSs. So there are instances of that nature, Evidence Leader, where I'll have to try and explain context further as a result of the informal nature of some of these discussions.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in context. I appreciate that you may need to explain context, but I'm asking a separate question, which is when the message says ABC, are there cases where actually you typed XYZ, but autocorrect changed it to ABC? That's what I'm asking, because that's what you suggested on Friday in relation to, I'm going to take him off this one. You actually meant, I'm going to take him on that one, on this one.
At this stage, I haven't picked up any.
Okay. Well, if you come across any, please let me know as soon as possible. Thanks. As you correctly point out, there are 4 separate instances where Sergeant Nkosi sends you lists of his preferred candidates for this bid. And you've acknowledged at the end of the process that you realize what he wants now is for these people to be appointed, even though at the beginning you were thinking just check for compliance. So let's take the first one, and that's at page 148 of file 3. And when you addressed this, because you preemptively addressed this with the commissioners, you drew attention to that first message of 3 that was sent on 11 March at 3:21 p.m. Remember to add 2 hours to the timestamps in your chats. You focused on afternoon. My brother, I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The 2 vehicles for land are and then Ngapeshea and El Shaddai. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. You didn't mention the lists that came underneath. Exactly the same timestamp. GAP, TSS, SSG, AET, Eagle Eye, Premium Security, Ratio Holdings. And then lastly, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CIC brackets Juju to verify the authenticity. Why didn't you mention those last 2?
I think the focus was on Ngapeshea El Shaddai. I think that's what I understood at the beginning.
Look, I'm going to deal with each of these 3 messages in turn, but to begin with, I want to address the fact that all 3 of these messages were actually messages which were forwarded by Sergeant Nkosi to you from messages that he had received from Deputy Chief Dlamini. You're aware of that?
Yes, Chair, I'm aware of that now.
You say you weren't, you're aware of that now. Were you aware of it at the time?
At the time, Chair, I'm aware of it now, Chair. I'm aware of it now.
No, that's not my question. My question is, were you aware of it at the time?
Chair, at the time, I can't recall. It was the 11th of March, but I am aware of it now, Chair. And I'm certain if I were to go back to our chairs, I would see them as forwarded. So let me say I'm aware of that, Chair.
Yeah, I know you say you're aware of it now. I'm asking you, were you aware of it at the time?
Yes, Chair, I must have been aware because messages are clear. They indicate something that says forwarded. So I must have been aware.
And were you aware not only that they were forwarded, but they were forwarded from Deputy Chief Dlamini?
Yes, Chair. I know the way he addresses him. He would normally say Captain. So I was aware.
Yes. So there are, right through your chats, there are a whole series of situations where you communicate with Deputy Chief Dlamini through Sergeant Nkosi. And we'll come to the protocols and propriety of that later. But for now, just want you to confirm that in those communications where Sergeant Nkosi is forwarding chats from Deputy Chief Dlamini to you, and where he is forwarding chats or screenshots from you to Deputy Chief Dlamini, Deputy Chief Dlamini refers to you as Mfowethu, is that correct?
Yes.
And he refers to Sergeant Nkosi as Captain?
True.
And so is that correct?
That's correct, I see.
And you refer to him as General, as does Sergeant Nkosi?
Yes.
So the characters in those chats are General is Deputy Chief Dlamini, Mfowethu is you, Captain is Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes, Chair.
Let's now take these messages. Let's start with the first one. The 2 vehicles for land are Ngapeshea Security Services and El Shaddai Security Services. Did these 2 bidders ultimately win the tender?
They were part of the panel that won the tender, yes, Chair.
How many people bid for the tender?
There might have been between 57.
57 is in fact correct, yes. We'll see that in the probity report at least. And how many successful bidders were there?
About 7.
7. So 2 of the 7 out of 57 successful bidders just happened to be the 2 bidders who Sergeant Nkosi was asking you to privilege through this process, to give the process to, even though at the time you say you thought he was just asking you to check for compliance on these bidders. Is that correct?
So, Chair, through the process, yes, it's correct, they were awarded.
Yes. Let's look at the second and third messages. There's a list of 7 messages, 7 companies on the second list, on the second message. And on the third message, it says, "Afternoon, Captain." So this is Deputy Chief Dlamini saying, "Afternoon, Sergeant Nkosi. I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu," that would be you, "if it's the same with his from CIC Juju to verify the authenticity." So Sergeant Nkosi is being asked by Deputy Chief Dlamini to take that list of 7 companies to you to check if it's the same as a list that he assumes Mr. Malema has given to you. CIC Juju, you'll accept as Mr. Malema.
I accept.
So, Deputy Chief Dlamini assumes that Mr. Malema has given you a list of companies in relation to this tender. You accept that? I'm not asking you at this stage if Mr. Malema did. I'm asking you if that is what this message shows the assumption to have been on the part of Deputy Chief Dlamini.
Yes, I accept that, SC.
Now, did Mr. Malema ever give you a list of companies in relation to this tender?
No.
Can you offer any explanation as to why Deputy Chief Dlamini would have thought that Mr. Malema or somebody else from the EFF would have given you a list of companies for this tender?
I don't know.
Can I take you back to your chats? And if we go to page 116, previous month, February of 2025, you, at the footer page 116, you sent to Sergeant Nkosi a screenshot of an article with the heading, "Tshwane proves governance can thrive without the DA, says EFF's Malema." Then there's a photograph of Mr. Malema underneath it, spilling over onto page 117. And you say to Sergeant Nkosi, "I'm okay, my brother. We are managing this guy, my brother. I just wanted to show you. Mbungulu will never win." And now, what did you mean when you said to Sergeant Nkosi, "We are managing Mr. Malema"?
Chair, I did not mean we're managing Mr. Malema at all. I don't know Mr. Malema. I've never met him. I just know him to be the president of the EFF, firstly.
Sorry, why did you send this picture, this article that says Tshwane proves governance can thrive without the DA, says EFF's Malema?
As you've seen on many occasions, sometimes we would share milestones that are there. As part of this, the city's finances were stabilizing and the city was going in a positive direction. This was me sharing an article as I would in other instances as well, so that Sergeant Kosi would see that the city is doing much better. That's some of the issues that we would normally talk about.
And the article's about Mr. Malema?
No, it's about the city, that the city's governance is improving and the city is doing well.
Yes, but the only person mentioned in the headline of the article is Mr. Malema. Is that correct? You see anybody else mentioned there?
I focused on Tshwane.
No, sorry, I'm asking you a question. Do you see anybody else mentioned in the headline of the article? Yes or no?
On the headline, there's only Malema mentioned.
Do you see any photograph of anyone other than Mr. Malema in this screenshot?
On the article, no.
Is there any reference to anybody other than Mr. Malema in the screenshot that you send to Mr. Nkosi?
I was sending an article. I just want to make that clear. I wasn't sending a picture. I was sending an article that Sergeant Kosi should read.
Yes, but I'm asking you, did that article and that screenshot refer to anybody other than Mr. Malema?
Chair.
Yes or no? It's quite a simple question. The answer is incontrovertibly no.
Senior Counsel.
I'm going to object at this point in time. The witness clearly said he sent an article. If my learned friend wishes to deal with the content of the article, as he clearly wants to do right now, in fairness to the witness, then produce the article that the witness says he sent at that point in time. Don't ask him in abstracto, and when he tries to explain, you just cut him off. That is not the way I assume the Commission deals with witnesses that's trying to explain themselves. Whilst I'm on this topic, Chairperson, I have noticed that there seems to be an issue with the manner of the messages that we've received in the bundle. My learned friend refers to forwarded messages, but what we received does not indicate whether a message was forwarded or not. And with the greatest of respect, when you confront a
Perhaps
witness...
let's deal with the first issue.
I'm happy to
Yes.
stop that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fannie. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
I'm not questioning this witness on the content of the article. I'm questioning this witness on the screenshot that he sent Sergeant Nkosi with a view to understanding the message that he sent less than 2 minutes after sending that screenshot. I haven't got there yet, and I have my line has been interrupted by this objection. But I'm perfectly entitled to ask: is there any face or is there any photograph of anyone in the screenshot and any name of anyone in the screenshot other than Mr. Malema? Because less than 2 minutes later, there is a message: "We are managing this guy." And the question is, who is this guy?
Chairperson, may I respond, please? My learned friend very clearly, and the record will reflect it, when he asked him, does the content refer to anybody else than Mr. Malema? And as I say, if there's an issue about that, then we can play the record back. Because he clearly asked him about the content. The moment the witness responded by saying, I send him an article, he had said to him then, well, does the content refer to anybody but Mr. Malema?
Let's resolve this by allowing the question, but also allowing Mr. Mnisi to give whatever explanation he may want to give Mr. Shaskalson. But of course, that does not apply across the board in the sense that we will allow explanations all the time, even where we are of the view that explanations are not necessary. But just so as to move forward, yes.
There was a second complaint about forwarded messages, Chair.
Yes.
We have included...
I stopped Ms. Fannie here for midway on that one. Perhaps, please, yes, go to the end of the point.
Thank you very much. I think what I'm going to do is after the tea time, I will address you on that issue, because I've noticed throughout the manner in which the questioning or cross-examination was going, that it refers to forwarded message. We all know what a forwarded message looks like. It's got a little thing that shows that it's been forwarded. These messages are not. But I'm going to address you in full on that issue and a further issue after tea time. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I don't want to waste time, so if I can just put our position, which is the only forwarded messages that we refer to are messages forwarded between Sergeant Nkosi, messages between Sergeant Nkosi and Deputy Chief Dlamini that are forwarded to Mr. Mnisi, or messages between Sergeant Nkosi and Mr. Mnisi that are forwarded to Deputy Chief Dlamini. The full set of texts of both of those sets of texts is in the bundle. In each case, I can show you the date stamp of and time stamp of the message that I say is forwarded from 1, and then show that it is forwarded 2 minutes later.
We actually saw that during Mr. Nkosi's, Sergeant Nkosi's testimony, Mr. Shaskasi.
Indeed.
But, yes, but perhaps during the tea break, if you could explain how that works to Ms. Fannie here. And I understand what you say. For example, you have those 2 arrows that on your and my phone will show that a message has been forwarded. But I think Mr. Shaskasan will be able to
Chairperson,
explain.
because it goes a step further than that.
Yes.
We've not been given the courtesy of being shown whether the message that was forwarded before. Now, normally in matters of this, where you deal with digital information or expert evidence, you have an affidavit that sets out exactly what. We don't have anything like that. And maybe that's something my learned friend at this point can chew on, where you properly see for you to test the veracity of what you are dealing with.
May we leave it until after the tea break then? I hope that there will be that engagement between the 2 of you, and let's see what comes out of the flash when we come back after tea.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskasan.
So, underneath the screenshot, you say, we are managing this guy, my brother. Who was this guy?
Chair, I think we must read the complete message. The message continues. The message says, I want to show you Mbungulu will never win. That's exactly what I'm referring to, and stopping midway causes a distortion. And if we continue with the message, you can see clearly who I was referring to.
So,
Can you please answer then, who was this guy?
Mbungulu.
This guy, we are managing this guy. Who's the guy you were referring to?
I'm referring to the guy termed here as Mbungulu, Chair.
and that's Mpho Lekukela, is it
Yes.
not? Yes. And he's associated with the ANC, is he not?
He's a former official at the City of Tshwane. I know him as an official at the City of Tshwane.
Yes. Sergeant Nkosi confirmed that he is associated with the ANC.
I can't confirm that.
So when you said you were managing this guy, you were managing Mr. Lekukela, not managing Mr. Malema.
Yes.
Did you have any other dealings with Mr. Malema or the EFF in relation to TMPD 1 of 2024-25?
No.
Let me ask the question before you move from this text. What is it about Mr. Lekukela that you were managing? I mean, there's no, what you're telling us, there's no context in the text. So maybe explain to us who is Mr. Lekukela and what was it about him that you were discussing with Sergeant Nkosi and the managing? What about him were you managing?
Chairperson, we addressed some of this matter in the sworn affidavit where we discussed at paragraph 2.6 about a relationship that I had with Mr. Mpho Lekukela. And at this point in time, I did indicate that it was a bit of a strenuous relationship. He was an employee within the City of Tshwane. I also mentioned within the sworn statement that there were work-related disagreements, which I said they were confidential and private. I didn't want to air them for the commission, but it was as a result of that.
My recollection of your statement was you brought Sergeant Kosi in to mediate between you and Mr. Lekukela. That's how I remember your statement. And the mention of Mr. Lekukela. Here you are speaking about managing him. If indeed Mbungulu is Lekukela, you say that's who you were referring to. You are managing him and he will never win. I'm trying to get you to make this make sense to us who are listening and have to evaluate your evidence.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think, firstly, since I arrived at the City of Tshwane, of course, due to a variety of reasons, my authority has always been undermined by a number of individuals. Maybe firstly, as a result of my age initially. Secondly, I'm not originally from the City of Tshwane. And amongst those individuals, from my perspective, was Mr. Mpho Lekukela, where I would have viewed it as a situation where he didn't want me to thrive and any work-related instructions I would give, they were not really followed accordingly. Like I'm saying, I don't want to go into the details of those confidential matters if the permission allows, but on the context of that, and that no matter which individual at the onset had tried to set me up to fail was not winning. The city was on a positive trajectory. The city was improving. The finances of the city were stabilizing.
Thank you.
You say you had no dealings with the EFF in relation to this tender.
None whatsoever, SC.
Can we go to page 153? Do you have 153?
Yes.
At the foot of that page, you'll see that at 11:06, timestamp 9:06, you call Sergeant Nkosi on the 21st of March.
Yes.
We go over the page, and a minute after that call at 11:07, you send him a message. Good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. What were you referring to?
Firstly, Chair, I can confirm that this is not a message that I sent, and if you have the data, this is forwarded. Firstly, I don't speak to Mr. Sergeant Kosi in this manner. All our discussions are highly informal, as we've seen. This was a forwarded message. It was not from me. I did not meet anyone from EFF, nor did I meet anyone from Action SA.
So you forwarded this message to Sergeant Nkosi?
Exactly.
From whom?
I forwarded this message from the Deputy Executive Mayor of the city,
Sorry, I didn't hear. From?
Mr. Eugene Modise.
Also called Mr. Bonzo Modise, referred to in the papers as Bonzo.
Yes.
So you forwarded this message from Mr. Modise to Sergeant Nkosi. Why?
So firstly, the context of this was that the Deputy Mayor was telling me that to be careful, there are people who are trying to influence the process. He sends me this message. He then did call me, and we had other discussions afterwards that the process is going to be compromised. I need to be careful. There'll be people purporting to be from Action SA, EFF. I'm saying purporting because I don't know these people. I did not meet them. That I need to be careful frankly, do not be vulnerable to this situation. I shared with Sergeant Kosi as an element of discussing that as well, that this process can't be, look how brazen people are. People are so brazen, they go to the point of even trying to lure the Deputy Executive Mayor to interfere in procurement processes. That was the discussion around that. And this was me still, in a subtle manner, explaining to Sergeant Kosi that we can't interfere in procurement processes. Even the Deputy Mayor is experiencing issues of this nature, and this must be avoided at all costs.
And the process that we're talking about now is the process in relation to the award of Tender 1. Interfering with this process.
Yes, it's any interference that might have been there.
But when you mentioned interfering in this process, and Mr. Modise had mentioned that there was possible interference in this process. That process was the award of the tender.
Yes.
Yes.
We needed to guard against that.
Yes. You forward that to Sergeant Nkosi?
Yes.
Yes. Now, Sergeant Nkosi has no business being anywhere near this process, does he?
Chair, he has already got business. I remember I told you on 148 and 152, he's already asking me the same thing. So he's already got business, I'll say, in terms of trying to get me to check compliance. 148, he wants me to check compliance. 152, he repeats that. I'm in a subtle manner trying to tell him you can't do that. That's the context behind me forwarding him that. To even say, even the Deputy Mayor is facing such brazen circumstances. We can't have that.
Chair, I was hoping to end this line before tea, but it's going to be at least another 10 minutes. So I can continue, or I'm in your hands.
Let's take the adjournment and resume at 11:25. Let's adjourn.
All right, we seem to be ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off, members of the public. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Ms. Van den Heever, I hear from our spokesperson that you need a little bit of time.
Sorry, Chairperson, I wanted to zip my jacket up under, otherwise I'm not very well dressed. I mean, I've got something on underneath.
Oh,
but
so we
I
may
only
start.
need
All
a
right,
time.
all right.
Just to also, Chairperson,
Yes.
we've had the opportunity to talk to each other. My learned friend has undertaken to provide us with certain documents. I don't know if he needs us to go further about the conversation, but at this stage, I will assume I can park that point and we can move on at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Van den Heever. Mr. Shaskelson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mnisi, before we broke, you were explaining that the message at the top of page 154 was a message sent to you by Mr. Modise, referring to his discussions with Action SA and EFF, and you understood it to be a warning to you that there were people trying to interfere with the tender process in relation to TMPD1. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And you forwarded that to Sergeant Nkosi, and if I understood, actually, I don't want to put words into your mouth. Can you just repeat, why did you forward that to Sergeant Nkosi?
Like I said earlier on, the brazen nature of individuals trying to interfere in the process had escalated to levels where the MMC of Finance or the Deputy Executive Mayor was also cornered for issues of this nature, where he himself had to issue a warning to me, say, be careful, let's ensure that the process is highly safeguarded in order to ensure that there are no loopholes in the process of awarding this tender. The context of me sending this was also to make it further clear to Sergeant Kosi that there's nothing I can do to assist you in this process. This is something that we are highly safeguarding in a subtle manner.
So, am I understanding you correctly to say essentially that you were warning Sergeant Nkosi this is not something to interfere with, or I'm still, is that correct?
Correct. See.
And now, if we look at the timestamp of your message to Sergeant Nkosi, that's 9:07, which is 11:07 in the morning on of the 21st of March. If we go to page 434, which will be in file 4, (434). You see it?
Yes.
You'll see that shortly after you sent that forwarded message to Sergeant Nkosi, he sent it at 11:17 to Deputy Chief Dlamini.
I can see that.
Now, did this tender have anything, did Deputy Chief Dlamini have any legitimate role to play in this tender?
Legitimate role, meaning part of the process.
Yes, part of the process.
As far as I'm concerned, he was not part of the process.
So he had no legitimate role to play in the process.
No, Chair. Maybe he could have assisted in terms of compiling specifications. I'm not sure. But in terms of the process that was followed, he was not part of that.
Once bids were in and before the BEC, he had no legitimate role to play.
No.
That takes me back to the first instance that we were discussing on the 11th of March.
Is that on page 148?
That's on page 148. And when I asked you about these messages, you accepted that they were forwarded to you from Mr. Nkosi from messages he had received from Deputy Chief Dlamini, and that at the time you would have known that. You recall that?
Yes, I did, and I did confirm that, SC.
Now, what is General Dlamini doing, saying that the two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea and El Shaddai? Is that anything that he should have a legitimate role in, well, in being part of?
Well, I can't answer for him, SC.
Well, well, you receive a message which you understand to have originated or to have been sent to Sergeant Nkosi by Deputy Chief Dlamini that says the two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services. What legitimate purpose could Deputy Chief Dlamini have in sending that message to Sergeant Nkosi?
Chairperson, I can't answer why he would send it to him. My understanding when I received this, they wanted me to assist in checking compliance, which I couldn't do.
Yeah, but surely Deputy Chief Dlamini knows that you can't check compliance. He's a senior official of the city. He understands how procurement is supposed to operate. Mm-hmm. But he's asking you to do something which would be unlawful, is it not?
Chair, I'm going to focus on my understanding in this. And these messages, when received, the purpose of that was for me to assist in checking compliance. I made it extremely clear that there's nothing I can do with that. The thought process for Mr. Dlamini would be a very difficult process for me to comment on. I would rather comment on the context of me receiving these and how I understood that and how I understand that now.
But you have a senior official of the city asking you to do something in relation to a procurement process that you understand to be unlawful.
Chair, he didn't ask me to do that.
So he didn't ask you to do that. You understood him, or you understood Sergeant Nkosi to be asking you to do that?
Yes.
How did you understand the meaning of his message to Sergeant Nkosi? The two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services. What did you understand in relation to that?
Two vehicles which we need to check compliance on are Ngapeshea and El Shaddai.
Now, why would Deputy Chief Dlamini ask Sergeant Nkosi to check compliance on these two vehicles?
I can't comment on why he would ask Sergeant Kosi, Chair.
Well, is there any conceivable basis on which Sergeant Nkosi would be in a position lawfully to check for compliance on two vehicles?
Sergeant Kosi doesn't work for the city, so he wouldn't.
No. So, did it not occur to you that what Deputy Chief Dlamini had done in this regard was probably improper?
Chair, what occurred to me here was that they wanted me to check compliance. I had received these messages from Sergeant Kosi. There was nothing I could do about that. Hence, in my submission, ignored, didn't entertain, and I had to play along in order to get this matter off my table.
Yes, but I understood your evidence earlier to be that you explained to Sergeant Nkosi that you can't do this. Did you explain anything to Deputy Chief Dlamini?
No, I didn't speak to Deputy Chief Dlamini about this matter.
Did you take anything further in relation to Deputy Chief Dlamini and the propriety of what he had done? Did you raise a complaint in the city?
No, Chair. Purely on the basis that this wasn't a request for me to check compliance. There's nothing improper about that. It was someone's misunderstanding of the procurement environment. At this stage, there's no alarm for me to raise.
But surely,
except for to safeguard the process. Apologies, SC, except for me to ensure that the process is followed to the T and there are no glitches along the way. That was my pure responsibility. We deal with a number of issues, Chair, and sometimes as a manager, you need to avoid raising any matters that would not have any substance in the future. So I hadn't had any formal substantive evidence that could prove beyond reasonable doubt on what we're discussing now. Hence, I had to take a decision to ensure that the process is safeguarded to the T.
but here you have a senior official in the municipal police department who appears at the very least on your understanding of things to be suggesting through an outsider to the city that somebody should be checking for compliance on the part of two companies at a time when it would be impermissible for anybody to do that.
I wouldn't know the discussions between Sergeant Kosi and General Dlamini. I'm aware of this because I had received them as a result of that. I view this as a request for him to check that. Whether Dlamini wanted him to send it to me or anyone else, I don't know, and I can't comment on that.
But you did understand that Dlamini was making this inquiry of Sergeant Nkosi.
So looking at the text, I agree with you. Looking at this text and how they're formulated, especially on number 3. At the first one, maybe I might not have seen that. But from the second one, when we see afternoon captain, I already start getting a flag because that I know he refers to him as captain. On the first one, with all due respect, those inferences that we normally have, as you've alluded to earlier on, the general, Mfowethu, and captain are not there. But on the second one, that's how I view that.
Let's go to the second case where these two bidders were sent to you in a message from Sergeant Nkosi. That is, as you pointed out at the foot of page 152. And you've dealt with the second case in your responses to the questions of the commissioners. I just want to put to you that if in the first case you'd made it clear that you can't do that, you would presumably have been mildly irritated when a second request was addressed to you to do that which you had already told someone you could not do. Were you not irritated by the second request?
The second request, Chair, you need to give someone a benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt was maybe he didn't understand me, maybe he didn't get me clearly. From the third instance moving forward, I can confirm an element of annoyment and irritation.
Well, you see, it's your response to the second request which strikes me as odd, because you get the request, you've already explained that you can't do this, and then you text back, "Thanks, my bro." Why did you text back, "Thanks, my bro"?
So in the call earlier on 152, we first had a call before he sent me those messages, as you can see on 152. In this call, there was a reminder. Did you manage to check on that? I said to him, no, I didn't, and I even forgot what entities are you referring to. He then sends them to me, and I say, thank you for sending them to me.
But your evidence is that you'd already told him you can't check on any entities.
Yes.
So the identity of the entities at some level was irrelevant. Whoever they were, you weren't going to check.
Spot on.
So why did you thank him for giving you information that was irrelevant? First question.
Now, I was acknowledging his reminder. He was reminding me here. I sent you something on the 11th. You didn't say anything about it. You didn't give me any feedback. He then comes back on the 18th after our phone call, and then he sends them to me again. And the context of our phone call is, did you manage to check on what I had sent to you on the 11th on page 148? My response to that was, no, I didn't. I couldn't, but I don't have that anymore. I don't recall. He then sends them to me as a form of a reminder.
But
presumably, Mr. Mnisi, in that call, you would have said to him, I cannot check. You would have repeated what you told him previously in this call before he sends you these messages.
So, Commissioner, at this point, I just want to move on from this matter.
I understand you want to move on, but you have a call with him. This is the second time. So you presumably, I'm saying to you, presumably you would have said to him, forward to, I can't check this thing in that call. No?
So I didn't say that. I said I don't remember. I
don't-
recall
you
I said I don't even remember what you sent me. Then he said, I'll send it to you again. In the phone call, the discussion is, did you check what I sent to you on the 11th? My response is, I don't remember. What are you talking about? I had remembered, obviously, Chair, but I was trying to move away from that issue. He then sends me the two names in terms of trying to remind me on what I had just said I had forgotten.
Yes. And you don't say to him, thank you, I've received it, but as I told you, I won't be checking. You just say thank you.
So when we hung up on the call, he then sends that to me. Then in the response, I said thank you to him. In the hope that, Chair, it will stop from here. He would probably presume that maybe I will check for him or do something about it. Unfortunately, he's not convinced and it persists.
So you thought he would stop because you said thank you. You thought
Yes.
from that thank you, he would stop asking you.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
But his response to your thank you is to send you a thank you emoji. If you look at page 153, at message time 6:59, actual time 8:59, he sends you a thank you emoji, those two hands put together.
I can see that, SC.
So he's presumably thanking you something, thank you for what he thinks you are either going to do or have undertaken to do or have done. I mean, he's thanking you for something. What's he thanking you for?
I'm not sure what he's thanking me for.
But did it not, I mean, your evidence now is that you were hoping at this stage he'd go away. He'd understand. But he gives you a thank you emoji. Is that consistent with someone who thinks that his request has been rejected and explained?
Chair, he probably thinks I'm going to check.
Yes.
Yeah, so in this place, I'm already starting my strategy of trying to play along because I can see where this is going. So me thanking him, he's going to think that I'm going to do something about it, which of course I'm not because I can't and I didn't. He thanks me because he's of the view that I will be able to try and assist him. I read that in that context.
I'm sorry to do this. There was one other issue that I wanted to raise in respect to that first occasion.
Before you move to that, Mr. Shaskelson, do you remember, of course you do, when I engaged you about your use of 482 and I suggested to you that in context it appears either to be thank you or at the very least an acknowledgement. You remember that?
I remember, Chair, when you raised that.
Yes. Now here at 153 you have those and there are two of them, one after the other. You explained the two that I referred you to earlier, despite the fact that they were standalone 482s, but you explained that they were connected to the texts that followed each one of them. What would you say about these two here? Because there are no sentences that follow them.
Chair, I would say to you, this refer to the next day.
I'm sorry?
This is on the 19th, the next day. The previous one was on the 18th. So the two photos that you see is the next day. So it's completely unrelated. And it was the start of a new day where I was greeting him as a friend. How are you doing? Are you well? How's your day looking? Simple courtesy greetings of a friend of yours. So it's not related whatsoever. And when I say mfowethu, it does not mean I'm greeting him or I'm acknowledging or I'm thanking him, Chairperson.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry to go back to that first message again, but there was an issue that I wanted to canvass with you, which is that very first message on page 148. It goes, "Afternoon, my brother. I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The two vehicles for land are." Now, why would someone apologize for a delay in sending a request to check compliance on 2 vehicles?
Well, Chair, as we are aware, these are messages from General Dlamini to Sergeant Kosi. They must probably have their own discussion after that. But in me receiving this, I pick up the keen points of interest, which I know we had a discussion on later on, and it's on checking compliance for Ngapeshe and El Shaddai. In terms of the apologies for the delayed message, that must have been a communication, of course, between the General as well as Sergeant Kosi, which I can't comment on.
And you knew right through this that Ngapeshe was Sergeant Nkosi's brother's company?
True.
Yes. So you knew that Sergeant Nkosi was asking you to do something in relation to his brother's company?
To check compliance in terms of his brother's company, yes, SC?
Yes. At a later stage, though, you came to realize that what he really wanted was for you to ensure the award to the brother's company.
I suspected that in my own analysis due to the persistence.
Before we move to the third case, there's something else in relation to this tender, which happens in between the second and the third case that I want to address with you, and it's the events of the 23rd of March. So if we go to page 155.
Sorry, Mr. Chaskalson, maybe before you do that, I didn't realize you're moving on. Can I just ask a question about 154, the text that you discussed in 154? It's that text that you say came to you from Mr. Mnisi. Mr. Mnisi?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that text was preceded by a telephone call on the previous page between you and Sergeant Nkosi. And then you have that text, which you say is from Mr. Mnisi. Now, there's nothing in the text itself from Mr. Mnisi that explains, especially that last sentence. What did you want Mr. Sergeant Nkosi to make of that last sentence that says, telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me? What did you want him to make of it?
So I think in short, the purpose of the phone call was to contextualize him on the potential irregularities and to try to make the matter sink in, if he didn't understand it first, that there's no way we can assist in checking compliance. So the context of the entire message was saying, the deputy mayor is even facing issues of this nature and is raising severe alarms, which I had alerted you on. There's nothing we can do on this matter. Compliance can't be checked. The process must be followed to the T.
Okay. So in your call, you had told him that Mr. Mnisi, what? What about Mr. Mnisi?
No, he obviously asked the commissioner that what's this message about, and I told him that this unfolded from the executive.
No, the message comes after a call. Otherwise, your message comes cold. It has no context whatsoever. So, are you saying that when you sent this message, he would not have known what this message is about and what the point of you sending it is until you did a call?
Chair, what I can confirm is that in between there, I had to clarify to him, and I did clarify to him on what was going on.
Sorry, in between you did what?
So what I'm trying to say is that the call afterwards is where I explained to Sergeant Kosi what the context of that message was.
Okay, let's do this step by step. So when you send him the message that reads, I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. So when this message, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. When this message lands in his inbox, you're saying he didn't know, he wouldn't have known what it is about.
No, until the second call.
He just gets a random message from you.
So he gets a message from me, and on 154 we have a discussion, and I expand that further.
When you say one from before you had a discussion, you mean the day before, the earlier message before the text?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm battling to
Yes.
understand your sequence and
Okay.
explanation of this text. So be patient with me.
Yes, Commissioner.
You sent this message, but before this message, there was a call, right? Are you saying that call would have explained this message, or it is a subsequent call that only explains the message for the first time?
It's the subsequent call that explains the message for the first time.
So the call at 9:08.
9:08.
Which we find at page
Exactly.
154.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you say to him about this message while you're sending the message to him?
I thought I've explained it, Commissioner. I was trying to say that I've received this from the Deputy Executive Mayor. He's getting concerns because there are people trying to court him, trying to make him or have him influence the process. It can't be done. We are safeguarding this process to the T. This was a way of me explaining to him subtle what had happened on 148.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Mnisi sends you this message, for it to make sense, to have meaning to you, to mean anything to you, he would have had a call with you.
Yes,
and I
yes,
think
indeed.
that was your evidence that
Yes,
he had
indeed.
a call. Okay. Then explain to us what he said about that last line. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. We know he had a meeting with Action SA and EFF. And then he tells you that telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. What did Mr. Mnisi say to you about the submission of 5? What is that all about?
So in short, he was telling me that individuals from the purported individuals from Action SA and EFF want him to assist in submitting names for companies to be favored. And that didn't sit well with him. We might not have broken down each sentence during the call, but the context of the call was you need to be very careful. If I'm getting this, I can imagine the influx that you or anyone within your team will be getting. You need to safeguard the process and ensure that it's secured.
Okay, so what I think I'm more interested in what he said about the Action SA and EFF, not just generally, just Action SA and EFF from his discussion with them. In that last line, you say he was saying to you, in the telephone call, he was saying to you that these two entities, or one of them, was telling him to submit 5 names to be favored for the tender, and he found it to be an insult.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we look at another event that happens between the second and third attempts to raise bidders' names with you? It's a series of events on the 23rd of March, page 155. And there at message time 5:45, actual time 7:45 p.m., Sergeant Nkosi messages you saying, "Are you well? Wanted to check earlier about the meeting with US." Now, US is Deputy Chief Dlamini, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Your response is, "I'm okay, my brother," in response to, "Are you well?" And then, "Let's meet General tomorrow, please." So you are saying to Sergeant Nkosi, let's meet with Deputy Chief Dlamini tomorrow, which would be the 24th of March.
Spot on.
Later that evening, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a message which on its face is clearly one of those messages which originates with Deputy Chief Dlamini, because we see Captain and Umpuetu. But you can actually see that it comes from Deputy Chief Dlamini on page 435, chat 1, if you just want to take that note. And the message says, "Afternoon, Captain. I trust you're well in your family. I thought we will meet up today so that I could get clarity on something Umpuetu. Kane called me on Friday and asked if that Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Umpuetu first today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one." Now, a number of questions. Kane, I presume, is Mr. Kane Mpofu, who's being referred to here.
That's true.
What is his role?
He's an acting divisional head in supply chain management.
So he is responsible for, he has responsibilities relating to procurement.
Yes.
The message says that Mr. Mpofu called Deputy Chief Dlamini on Friday and asked that Gubis want to meet him on Saturday. He pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from yourself first today. He's asking Sergeant Nkosi to check with you and what your advice is, if you should go to the meeting or drop it. Now, what did you understand this request for a meeting from Gubis to be about?
Yes, see, this was in relation to the outstanding payment. There's no link whatsoever to TMPD 01. If you take note that during our discussions, there were three-way calls or messages in reference to an outstanding payment for ad hoc services. During that period, there was an ex post facto payment that couldn't be made as a result of this being related to the previous financial year. It was a June 2024 invoice, if I'm not mistaken. And if I could point you out to that so that you can understand where I'm coming from, if we could please go to page 144 of this pack. So on page 144, it's an invoice that couldn't be resolved as a result of it being due in the previous financial year. The context of what you're referring to us now on 155 is in reference to this payment that couldn't be done and wasn't done as a result of limitations that the city had faced. It was an ex post facto invoice. It hadn't been captured accordingly in the city's accruals in the previous financial year, hence it could not be paid. The context of that message was in relation to Gubis making a follow-up in terms of this outstanding payment. And when that discussion continues, there are set rules of protocols in terms of dealing with payment. You need to ensure that you follow the correct channels, and the correct channels will be to firstly escalate it to the necessary supply chain management or TMPD officials, as I had initially designated in GM22. The second process, if you're unhappy with that, would then be to escalate further to myself. So in relation to that was for them to follow the correct procedures and not jump all processes and just raise the matter with either him or with me. So there's no relation to that message to TMPD.
So what was the correct procedure for them to follow?
If there's an outstanding payment, Chair, it needs to be escalated accordingly within the relevant user department. If they fail and don't get any joy out of that, they need to escalate that to supply chain management with adequate substantiating reasons. If still they're unable to have joy within that process, it's then escalated to myself, as did the previous ad hoc tender, and as I demonstrated on GM22 and GM23. So you couldn't jump any process. This reason was not processed for this payment or this invoice had not been processed for a reason.
Can I track this process forward?
Can I just ask a question about this? Sorry, Mr. Chaskasan, I do apologize. This text where you're going to be, you say the general should go and meet with Gubis, and then you say, and he can brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later, referred to. Why would, if this is about unpaid invoices, and you say there's a procedure to be followed and that's what you wanted them to do, why would you be planning to have a report back meeting which involves Sergeant Kosi when this is a Tshwane matter?
Yeah, I
And
think
it's a payment issue. It's
Yes.
not about checking compliance and any of that stuff. Why are you involving him?
Yeah. So in terms of the payment, he was already involved in this matter. He had overheard that phone call discussion that I had with Mr. Calvin Mahlangu. From that process, then he took it upon himself to call the general, which I then spoke to. So he was already involved in this matter. I wouldn't necessarily say we wanted to involve him in terms of the nitty-gritties and the details of that. Hence, I don't explain it to him, and I say rather make sure that I meet with the general so that we can outline the possible way forward.
I mean, I don't understand your answer. He was already involved, you say, because he took it upon himself, but he's not I would have expected your CFO to say, thank you for your assistance in having made that first unsolicited call, but you don't belong to the city, that's the end of it. But here you are. You're saying he must advise Dlamini to go meet with Gubis, and then he can report back to us the following day. If this is about unpaid invoices, it has absolutely nothing to do with Sergeant Kosi. It's not about checking tenders. It's a payment internal process, but you already have an answer because that's what you say. You say there are internal processes to this. So why would you be discussing with Nkosi in the feedback session, in the presence of an outsider, because he is an outsider?
Okay, I think, in fact, at this point in time, it was convenient for me because he'd already involved himself. I do deal with a number of issues on a day-to-day basis, and at the top of my mind, one issue off my table and being dealt with was convenient for me. Of course, when I am having a discussion with the general, it would have been, Sergeant Kosi would have been there just in general terms, and most of the times he would probably be on his phone or doing anything of that nature. But what I want to reiterate here is that in hindsight, I probably should have requested the numbers immediately of General Dlamini at this stage in order to enable a direct communication with him moving forward in this matter. That would have been ideal. I should have done that. But Chair, I also reiterate that I've never shared any confidential or sensitive information with Sergeant Kosi on this matter. It was merely coordinating those engagements. However, Chair, I do later on, once this topic or subject matter is closed, request for the general's number. So that on other issues where he hadn't involved himself initially, I start having direct conversations or discussions with the general.
You don't consider payment issues between Tshwane and its service provider to be matters confidential to Tshwane, to which an outsider like Sergeant Kosi has no business to be involved and should in fact not be involved. You don't consider that to be confidential to Tshwane?
No, Chair, I do consider it.
Yes.
But I'm saying the discussions were in general terms. If you look at what I am discussing with him, I'm not sending him details of how much they're owed. I'm not sending him details of specific items that are contained. I'm not sending him that. I'm sending him in general terms.
Thank you.
Can I just get clarity? You said that the correct procedure is first to escalate to the department.
Yes.
Now, I understood there to be some sort of lack of clarity in relation that it caused the non-payments or the delayed payments because the user department, as it were, was water affairs or water and sanitation. And it was TMPD that needed to pay. Who's the department who they should have escalated to here?
Whoever they were engaging with. From my perspective, whichever department has given them a deployment letter. If it's TMPD, they need to engage TMPD accordingly. So in this instance, they would have gone back to the necessary people within APSS and make follow-ups or clarity-seeking questions from them.
Because I understood the problem in this case to have been, and we've heard some evidence about it, that water and sanitation was employing or engaging these guards without any written authorization from TMPD.
No, Chair. As far as I'm concerned, water and sanitation was engaging TMPD and TMPD was issuing deployment letters. The standoff came when it was time to pay. Risk assessments were done between Water and Sanitation Business Unit as well as TMPD when it's time to make a cost center available for the payment. TMPD said, no, the budget that we have is sufficient for our programs. When we issued these deployment letters as per your advice, we were of the view you're going to pay it from your general ledger. So the standoff came when amounts of money is needed to be made available to process the payments and to issue the purchase orders.
So then on that understanding, the relevant department with which Gubis should have been engaging would have been TMPD.
Spot on.
And whose responsibility is it within TMPD to attend to these sorts of issues?
Well, the head is Deputy Chief Rivers Peace.
Yes. So why are you suggesting they meet with General Dlamini?
Okay. So if there's a standoff on an invoice, that's an indication that that invoice has not been approved or there are issues in terms of uploading that. That is an indication that has not been transferred to the Support and Finance Division of TMPD. As we are aware, Deputy Chief Dlamini is responsible for support services and for finance matters within TMPD, meaning what falls within his portfolio is invoices that have been approved with the relevant deployment orders, which have been certified as correct and work done. He can then take that forward in terms of processing the relevant payments. In this instance, there was an issue because this was a prior financial year matter. Hence, this invoice had not been approved, technically speaking, because of those restrictions. So it was important for them to go back to the relevant department within TMPD. In this case, it would have been DC Reverse Species Division and the relevant individual within his portfolio. Once that has been approved, it will then revert back to Deputy Chief Dlamini. There was nothing that could be done without the correct process being followed.
Let's look at this message. It ends with, I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one. What is he saying there? What do you understand him to be saying there?
It means the process must always be followed to the T. Compliance matters are essential. There can't be a breakdown in terms of any procedures that the city has set. So the center must hold, internal controls must be followed, processes and procedures and internal controls must be adhered to.
Your response at 825 at the foot of page 155 is let's let General meet him then. He will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later in Mpuetu.
Yes.
Why did you then need to be briefed at this stage if the procedure was that this wasn't a matter that should come to your office at this stage?
See, I'm a hands-on individual, and if any matters that are raised, I need to be aware how it starts and how it ends. I was already involved in this matter. I couldn't leave it out halfway and just assume that a resolution would have been there. So the purpose of this would have been to get the proper way forward and what the outcomes of that engagement would have been.
Let's go forward to page 178. That's 4 days later on the 27th of March. Do you see it?
Yes, I see that.
You see at message time 5:40, which is actually 7:40 p.m. Sergeant Nkosi sends you a screenshot of a chat between himself and Deputy Chief Dlamini, who he has saved as General Dlamini undercover. And it says, "Afternoon, Captain. I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today as I indicated." Who is he referring to?
So firstly, Chair, there's an indication that the meeting did not occur, so he had to give feedback via an SMS. So according to me reading this message, it is a follow-up in terms of the outstanding ex post facto payment. He had had a meeting with the representatives of Gubis. Within that discussion, we would have probably have been discussing the matters of the ex post facto payment.
And your understanding of process is he should resolve it first with department, in other words, with TMPD, or Gubis should first resolve it with TMPD. If they can't, they should escalate it to procurement. And if they still can't, they can then raise it with you.
Spot on.
Let's look at what Deputy Chief Dlamini says. "I have told them that they should go back where they have started, ku Mpuetu. I said to them, he is the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from ku Mpuetu. Protocol must be observed at all cost." So he's telling them the exact opposite of what you say is the correct procedure. Instead of starting with him, trying to resolve with him. If they don't get joy with him, going up to supply chain management, and if they don't get joy with supply chain management, finally escalating it to you. He's saying they must start with you, and he will not be a backdoor.
Yes, see, the inference is respectfully incorrect. The initial protocol that was followed, which resulted in me raising the matter with the Deputy Mnisi after the formal process had already been embarked upon, and after we had appropriate and I'd say sufficient evidence that indeed these invoices were approved by the relevant APSS department and they were due and payable for payment. If you go back, Chair, to my submission and on 436, that gives an indication of how matters should be escalated accordingly. On 436, I was referring to GM23. On GM23, there's evidence of how this matter was escalated accordingly. Within this instance, we took note that Deputy Mnisi was unfortunately not CC'd for whatever reason. However, the context of this discussion was that they need to follow the processes, ensure that everyone has got the necessary portfolio of evidence. He on his own cannot take the matter up. There are systems, there are internal controls, they must be observed. And that's how I understood this matter's protocol must be observed. The city has established systems and controls to deal with this matter. It can't be dealt with by one person individually or another without demonstrating that I have been through this matter, I have followed up with these individuals. You can't jump a process when escalating matters that are outstanding, Chair. That's the context of that. So this is these individuals trying to use the back door to deal with this outstanding payment, whereas they're fully aware of the protocols that they had followed previously. So they need to follow those processes. Once I'm convinced that there's sufficient appropriate audit evidence and the team PD as well as supply chain management have either not dealt with this issue for whatever reasons, I can then take it forward. As is, there's nothing I can do. They need to deal with the relevant individuals within the portfolios.
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying they should go back where they have started Mpuetu. That's you. He calls you Mpuetu in those conversations.
That's true.
They should go back where they have started with you. I said to them, in other words, you, are the only gateway. Mm-hmm. They can't go with a back door. Mm-hmm. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Mpuetu, you. So he's saying, go back and speak to the CFO. He's the only gateway. Don't use me as a back door.
Spot on, Chair. And that's exactly what I'm explaining. So we are virtually on the same page. We just need to try and have consensus on the nature of event. Because the nature of event, I'm referring this and aligning this to the ex post facto payment, which is the true sequence of events of what occurred and what this discussion is emanating from. So as a result of them submitting the necessary portfolio of evidence, demonstrating that they've went through the entire value chain, they can't just go to him. Once I refer a matter to him, I need to also be convinced that they have a case, Chair, that needs to be answered to. First of all, we're sitting here on the 27th of March. The invoice that's outstanding is the 28th of June for the previous financial year. That hadn't been captured in our accruals. It's not recognized in the system whatsoever. The only way to have this matter fully exhausted upon is to formalize it accordingly, send the formal communications, submit the necessary portfolio of evidence in order to enable myself to test that and to test the legitimacy of the claim that they have on board. So that's the context of this discussion when I understood it then, and that's how I understand it now, Chair, because that's what was really going on in this instance.
I'm sorry, you're losing me here. On the 23rd, Deputy Chief Dlamini says to you, Kane and the Gubis guys want to meet. Must I meet with them? Must I not meet with them? I want direction from you. You say, through Sergeant Nkosi, meet with them and brief us of the outcomes, essentially. We're on the same page thus far.
The only place where we're not on the same page is you are reading that in isolation of page 144. And what I tried to ask the Commission to refer to on the 5th of March. You're reading that in isolation with that, which is what's causing you and I not to be on the same page. So if you go to page 144, on the 5th of March, there's a discussion here and there's a copy of an invoice that I'm sent. And the contents of this discussion is this one is for the previous financial year. We engaged later Nomfuej with me on how we can address this in order to avoid post facto. So if we read this in conjunction with your later messages, we'll then be on the same page. This is an invoice that could not and was not resolved upon when we were dealing with the ad hoc services invoice from Gubis Security Services. So as a result of this still not being paid, this entity is making a follow-up, Chair. They're claiming the city still owes them 397,000 rand. Hence, they're making follow-ups after they had received the other payments for the other invoices. This one remained outstanding. So the context of that now ties together with 157 and 178 that you're presenting now.
What was the procedure that they should have followed in relation to this previous financial year invoice? As I understood it, it was they should first raise it with the TMPD.
Yes.
If they got no joy there, they should then raise it with supply chain management.
Yes.
If they got no joy there, they should escalate it to you. So
Yes.
you should be the last port of call, not the first. You should be the last port of call, not the first.
I think also what we need to add, Chair, is that during the escalation process, they need to demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that this invoice is due and payable. Hence, I don't want us to leave the step that they needed to start within APSS first. And APSS needs to make a motivation now. So for me to even consider this, I would have to get the invoice from the service provider along with the motivation from APSS on why I should even think about considering an invoice from a previous financial year that is closed.
But you knew all of that on the 23rd. You knew that that was what the situation was.
Yes, I did, Chair.
And you said to Deputy Chief Dlamini, we won't meet with them. You go ahead and meet and then brief us later.
Yes. So the purpose of that was there's no reason for me to meet. They need to thrash the situation out with TMPD, make sure that they're able to submit the appropriate audit evidence for me to even consider this matter. I'm irrelevant to this stage.
So you're irrelevant to this process unless they submit all of the evidence.
This is also peculiar because it's a previous year financial invoice. The previous one, they were able to demonstrate and submit all portfolio of evidence accordingly. Hence, I was convinced that indeed these are invoices that are due and payable, authorized by the relevant structures within the city. In this particular case, that appropriate audit evidence was not there. It's a previous financial year invoice. In order for this to even be considered, there must be an express motivation on why we should even consider making this invoice available. This would now necessitate for me to make a prior period error correction, Chair, on my financial statements that had been submitted in the previous financial year. Hence, I was not willing to entertain that without having appropriate evidence. I would have to ensure that disclosure notes of the financial statements are amended. I would need to ensure justification to the AG coming back next year on why there's a difference now between the closing and the opening balances. Hence, that process is now peculiar because it needs an additional justification.
And then on the 27th, did you receive anything between the 23rd of March and the 27th of March from General Dlamini?
Did I receive anything formally? The onus was on Gubis to make sure that they make the necessary submissions and they make a motivation to APSS. APSS is a division within TMPD where DC Revo Space is in charge. Once that has been approved, it would have automatically be then transferred to Deputy Chief Dlamini, who is the support services and finance head within TMPD. That's when I can now assist in terms of taking the way forward.
So come the 23rd, their obligation was to engage with TMPD. Is that correct?
So are we on 155 now? On the 23rd?
Yes, their obligation is to engage with the TMPD.
Yes. TMPD APSS.
Yes, they've got to make some sort of motivation to the TMPD, get the TMPD to approve that.
Yes.
Yes. Now, had you received anything from the TMPD between the 23rd and the 27th?
No, nothing was there, Chair.
Which then raises the question of why Deputy Chief Dlamini said what he said. Because he didn't say, I told them give me a motivation, I can then escalate it to supply chain management, which in turn can escalate it to the CFO. Instead, he said, they should go back where they have started Mfowethu. He is the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. So he's saying, you've got to go back to the CFO. But in terms of the protocol that you've just explained to us, the protocol was you as CFO can do nothing until they've gone first to TMPD.
Spot on, Chair. And even with this discussion, there was still nothing I could do. Even if Gubis decided to come straight to me, send me a formal email, give me a call, make an official engagement with my office, there was nothing I would have done. I would have referred them to the correct channels. For them, would have been to go back to TMPD and sort the matter out accordingly.
But he's not telling them to go back to TMPD. He's saying, go back to you, CFO. They should go back where they have started Mfowethu. He is the only gateway.
It's the gateway, Chair, to ensure that payments are made. And the payments that need to be made, there must be sufficient protocol that has been adhered to and observed at all costs. Within those protocols is ensuring that the internal controls that the city has embarked on and set are followed to the T. Within that is handling the matter with TMPD and with TMPD, APSS. So I wouldn't know what this meant, Chair, but I would presume that he was saying, let them escalate the matter to me. I will then refer it to APSS, but I can't comment on the nitty-gritties of that. I understood this purely as a means of saying they need to formally raise the matter and submit the necessary supporting evidence. And the protocols and internal controls need to be adhered to at all costs. They can't try and ambush me or him in dealing with that. So it's extremely difficult for me, Chair, to comment on just that one sentence without having context or without us having a context or a discussion in the entire message.
He also says where they started in the message, which means that they started with you.
Yes.
According to General Dlamini.
So, Commissioner Baloyi, if you look at the second bundle that I had submitted, I attached Annex GM2. Annex GM2 is what led me to start looking at the process of the outstanding payments. Deputy Chief Dlamini was not CC'd in any of these discussions. Hence, he's saying they must refer to that process again, formalize it. I will then be in a position to refer the matter to him and whoever within TMB to handle. At this stage, he's got insufficient information to even look at the matter.
So you accept that Gubis had started with you? Because that's what that message
No,
conveys.
Okay, apologies, Commissioner, apologies for coming in. Gubis did not start with me. They started with supply chain management. And maybe we should go to GM 22 and 23. They started escalating, so they didn't start with me. The matter was not just raised with me. They followed the necessary protocols which I had just outlined. According to Deputy Chief Dlamini, what he understood is that he must have received the matter for the first time from me. That's what he understood. But the facts of the matter was they didn't start with me. They started through the process as demonstrated in GM 22 and GM 23.
So where are you saying where he says where they started Mfowethu, he's incorrect? That's not where Gubis started.
No, that's not where they started.
Did you at any point refer this matter to General Dlamini after it had come to you?
It didn't come to me again in a formal nature, so I didn't take it up with him.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just clarify something, Mr. Mnisi? Because when you explain what's happening on the 27th of March, you take us back to page 144, and you say the discussion is about that invoice. But if you go to page 145, especially your WhatsApp, the second one, and you read it together with the sixth one, it suggests to me that that invoice was resolved because on the 6th of March, you say, please extend my gratitude to the General. He has delivered. Purchase orders as per the request have been approved. See you later.
Commissioner, I mean all invoice except for that one. This one is clear. It could not be approved. It was not part and parcel of that. It was all, remember, it was a number of invoices here to the tune of between 12 and 14 million rand. I might not remember the figure in its entirety. So all invoices for the financial year in question, which commenced from the 1st of July, were resolved. It was all invoices except this one. This one was not resolved.
So you are saying to us you are now involving Sergeant Nkosi on issues relating to all invoices to the value of 14 million.
I'm explaining to you, Chair, because you, Commissioner.
No, but you're not answering my question, Mr. Mnisi. I thought the discussion here was about this one invoice. Your answer is no. It's not about this invoice. It's about all the invoices except this one. Now let's focus on all the invoices except this one. And my question to you is, are you saying to us you were involving Sergeant Nkosi in matters relating to all invoices to the value of 14 million?
I'm saying to you, Commissioner, the message that you're referring to was to say, thank you, the General has resolved all outstanding messages, all outstanding statements, apologies, except for that one.
But
that's what I'm saying.
You are sending it to Sergeant Nkosi.
I'm sending a message to Sergeant Kosi.
You are sending it to Sergeant Nkosi. And my question is, you are involving Sergeant Nkosi on issues relating to all those invoices to the value of 14 million.
He had already been involved.
How was he involved in those issues? Because you said he overheard an issue about the Gubis invoice.
Yes. So those were all the Gubis invoice, Commissioner. How he was involved is that he took his phone and he phoned Deputy Chief Dlamini while we were in the car. When he called him, he then gave me the phone. I explained to the Deputy Chief the issue that I had been facing and the discussion that I just had with Mr. Calvin Mahlangu. What I'm saying to you, Commissioner, is that he had already been involved in the process. But from my perspective, it was in general terms. At no stage, at no point did I raise any specifics with him. But for the purpose of the Commission and clarifying the confusion that's there, I'm stating that it was a host of invoices that were involved.
But why do you say to us in general terms? If you say to somebody, purchase orders have been approved by the City of Tshwane, that's not general terms. You are discussing with him payment issues between Tshwane and service providers. And at no point do you say to him, this is not your issue, don't involve yourself. You actually allow him to continue being involved to the point where you share with him processes. You allow him to be in possession of invoices of service providers and to share them between you and Mr. Dlamini, because that's what he's doing on 144. And all of that is appropriate to you. That somebody who's not employed by the City of Tshwane, who is not a representative of Gubis, is participating in all discussions relating to outstanding Gubis payments, processes that have to be followed in order for Gubis payments to be made, and whether or not those payments have been made. Why did you consider that appropriate?
Okay. Firstly, Commissioner, I did not share any information with Sergeant Kosi. There's no single invoice that I've sent to him.
Mr. Mnisi, when you say to him, purchase orders as per request have been approved, are you saying you're not sharing information there?
I'm responding to the concerns that you had raised.
No, but you're saying you never shared information with Sergeant Nkosi. Are you saying there when you say purchase orders as per request have been approved, that's not sharing information?
Commissioner, I'm trying to explain a point.
No, but
and when I'm cut off, it makes it extremely difficult for me. With due respect. Yes, Commissioner.
We are asking questions,
yes.
And for your benefit, we would like you to answer our questions. When I ask you a question and you avoid it to deal with something else, you're not assisting me. I'm trying to understand something. And to be fair to you, once you have answered me, you can give whatever explanation you like, I will allow you. So if you answer me and you say, can I explain my answer? By all means, I will allow you to do that. But what I will not allow is when I ask you a question, you choose not to answer that question because you want to speak about something else. And maybe I've said many things, so to be fair to you, let me break them down and we take it slow. On the understanding that I will ask a question, you will answer it. If you want the opportunity to explain your answer, I give you that opportunity. Otherwise, we won't make progress at all. So here is the first question. Are you saying in the second last text, you are not sharing information with Mr. Nkosi?
The second last text, no, there's nothing confidential about that text. It's a general message saying purchase orders have been approved. I'm not sure if I'm adhering to your request. I tried to answer and then explain.
You're not answering my question. Are you saying you are not sharing information? I didn't ask you about whether it's confidential or not. My question to you is, in that text, are you not sharing information with Sergeant Nkosi?
It's a message to extend gratitude to the general. I'm not sharing the information with him.
So when you say purchase orders as per request have been approved, is that not sharing information?
Commissioner, the first message says, please extend my gratitude.
I'm not asking about the first message. Mr. Mnisi, I'm asking about purchase orders as per request have been approved. When you say that to Sergeant Nkosi, are you not sharing information with him?
I am sharing information.
Exactly. So why does it have to take 5 minutes? Now, I'm asking you the second question. That relates to other invoices to the value of 14 million, not the invoice we looked at on page 144. Am I correct?
It refers to all those invoices except that one?
Except that one, yes. And my question was, why do you consider it appropriate?
He was already involved and it was convenient for me. He was already in discussions with the general, and this is still in general terms.
And why did you not say to him he cannot be involved? These are issues between the City of Tshwane and its service providers.
Yeah.
Why did you not say that to him?
He was already involved, Commissioner. And
Yes,
I said earlier on that in hindsight, I did mention this earlier on, that in hindsight, I should have got the number of the general much earlier than this. Unfortunately, I had not.
I'm talking about when you are with him in the car.
Yes.
Because you said that's the first stage when he involves himself because he overhears the conversation. And I'm asking you, at the first stage when he sought to involve himself, not when he was already involved, at the first stage when he sought to involve himself in something that has nothing to do with him, he's not a representative of Gubis. He has no business speaking to Tshwane on behalf of Gubis. He has no business resolving internal issues between TMPD and whatever the department that sourced these services. He has no business with that. At the first stage when he involves himself, he's with you. Why do you not say to him, Sergeant Nkosi, these are Tshwane matters. You should not be involved in these matters?
Chair, like I said, it was convenient for me at the time. We were overtaken by events taken into account that were also in a car. Discussion didn't continue any further at that stage after I had a discussion with Deputy Chief Dlamini. However, I did mention, Chair, that in hindsight, I should have got the number of the Deputy Chief on that point. However, I need to reiterate that at this point in time, I was not and I did not share any sensitive or confidential information. But in hindsight, I do agree. I should have got the number of the Deputy Chief on the spot and had further engagement with him moving forward.
But you can see in the first chat on 145 that is all sensitive information. I honestly cannot understand how you can say this is not confidential. I have spoken to Kane. He promised to ensure that buyers create purchase orders. As soon as I've received the purchase orders, I will fast track the service and entries and alert accounts payable to release the payments. You then say to him, thank you, Mfowethu, much appreciated. Let's finalize everything tomorrow so we can pay these guys before Friday. How can you say that's not confidential between Tshwane and internal Tshwane people?
No, what I'm saying is I didn't send confidential message. That message was not from me. The second one is from me.
The one that says, let's finalize everything so that we can pay those guys before Friday.
Yes.
Is that not from you to Sergeant Kosi?
That's from me.
Exactly. Why do you say it's not confidential when a service provider will be paid?
There's nothing sensitive in that message, nor is there anything confidential at this stage.
Is that your view?
That's my view. It is information, but my view is that there's nothing sensitive or confidential. But it is information that I'm sharing,
Okay.
which he submits and forwards to the general.
Okay. Thank you.
I still sit with my confusion, but I think we've spent a long time about that. But I just want to put to you that it seems to me that what you tell the Commission today is that the procedure is that Gubis should have gone first to TMPD,
Yes.
then to supply chain, and only lost to you, and shouldn't really be trying to deal directly with you. Is that correct?
Without formally escalating the process.
Yes. But if we look at what what Deputy Chief Dlamini tells Gubis, it seems to be the exact opposite. It says that you are the only gateway. They can't go behind your back to TMPD. They say you must go back to the CFO, is what General Dlamini says, or Deputy Chief Dlamini. And that seems to me to be the exact opposite of what you're telling us is the correct procedure. Any last comment on that?
On that, Chair, I think what's essential is that the context of that discussion was indeed around that. Maybe there was an element of misunderstanding from the Deputy Chief, which I presume he should be able to answer. Me receiving this text, analyzing it, looking at the contents therein, related to exactly what I had outlined to the Commission. That processes must be followed to the T. It needs to be escalated accordingly in the correct fashion. There's nothing I can do. We need to observe all protocols accordingly. That's what I understood when I received this message, Senior Counsel, and that's what I understand now when I'm explaining to the committee.
But how did you understand he, in other words, you, is the only gateway? They can't go with a back door. What does that say?
It means escalating an issue of confusion. If there's an issue of confusion, it must be escalated. And a person who would probably be in a position to mediate after having reviewed the appropriate and sufficient audit evidence would be me. Meaning, I would be in a position to assess Gubis' submission, the reasons for the department, if there were any, for not paying, and then make a call with the information at present. In this instance, none of that were there. And that's how I understood that message, Chair.
Well, you've received that message from Sergeant Nkosi. If we go to the immediate next message on page 179, your response is, "Thanks, my bro, this is the way. Much appreciated." And you're saying that's consistent with your understanding of what the message is saying, that escalated slowly through TMPD, then procurement, and only then, if necessary, will it come onto my desk.
And to add that all protocols must be followed as per the city's internal controls, SC.
Now, that is at 7:43 p.m. on the 27th. At 7:49 p.m., you WhatsApp to Sergeant Nkosi a call log that shows a missed call from Madlanga Commission and then 2 calls from Madlanga Commission at 18:55 and 19:33. Why did you send that call log to Sergeant Nkosi?
Well, Chair, this is a gentleman I had encountered coincidentally. I had nothing to do with him. I had no common interest with him. As far as I was concerned, he's an associate of Sergeant Kosi. So this was a moment of laughter, saying, "Why is your friend calling me? I've got no business with your friend." That I would have sent to Sergeant Kosi. And I think that persists because on 181 and 182, he does call again. After we had that discussion, if we could just show that on 182, I even laugh about it. Just to prove to the Commission it was one of those light moments where he even laughs at this guy is looking for you.
Yes, but you say Madlanga Commission is just a friend of Mr. Sergeant Nkosi who you don't know.
Yes, who I met at an event or at a restaurant, I must say.
Yeah. Do you know if he has any indirect or direct interest in Gubis?
No.
You don't?
No.
You don't know, or he doesn't have?
I don't know.
You don't know. Because the evidence will be that he appears to have an indirect interest in Gubis.
I don't know that, Chair.
You don't know that.
Yeah.
And it does seem coincidental that at the point at which Deputy Chief Dlamini says the only route for Gubis is to go through you as the gateway, suddenly you start getting a series of calls from Madlanga Commission who you say you don't know. Can you comment on that?
Chair, I had direct communications with Mr. Calvin Mahlangu. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Calvin Mahlangu is a director of the company. If Mr. Madlanga Commission gives me a call, it's something completely unrelated. Hence, we have a light moment with Sergeant Kosi that, look at your friend, he's giving me, he's constantly calling me. I don't know what he's looking for. I mean, he's your friend, he's not my friend.
But one of those, or two of those calls actually seem to have succeeded. If we look at the call log on page 179, it says
Yes.
Madlanga Commission 2, 1933.
Yes.
What did Mr. Mklina speak to you about?
He was asking me if we could have a meeting or if we could meet for coffee or a drink.
And did he explain what it was about?
No, it was just him saying we had met earlier on in the year at that restaurant that we did as per my affidavit. We haven't had a discussion since. Could we possibly meet?
So, out of the blue, shortly after Gubis are told that the only gateway is you, you get two unprecedented calls from Madlanga Commission.
Which is exactly why I sent the screenshot to Sergeant Kosi. It was out of the blue for me as well. Had there been an issue on the outstanding Gubis payment, Mr. Calvin Mahlangu had direct contact details of mine. He would have called me on that. That's a pure reason why we even had a light moment of this matter. It was purely out of the blue for me.
Madlanga Commission has contact details for you too, because he called you on WhatsApp audio.
Yes, remember, SC, I did give in my evidence that we met at a restaurant, we had some pleasantries, we exchanged numbers.
All right, let's go back to the third case where El Shaddai and Ngapesher are mentioned to you. That is on page 157. It's the 25th of March. And you'll see that from 8:01 in the morning through to 8:02, there are 3 calls from you to Sergeant Nkosi, after which he responds yet again with El Shaddai Security Services and Ngapesher Security Services. You see that?
I see that.
And you have said that you still think that he was asking you to check on compliance.
Not on those calls. The reason he sends me these is him asking me to check compliance. But the reason for the calls, Chair, was general matters that we'd always discuss on a daily basis.
So when you get the 2 names out of the blue at 8:12 in the morning, that's not something that you've discussed in the call.
Remember, this is not out of the blue for me anymore, Chair. We've seen this pop up at 148, and we've seen this pop up again on 152. It's not out of the blue. I know exactly what he wants, and it's his way of reminding me.
Yes, but on your version, you've told him twice already that this is not ever going to be possible. You can't.
Terms I see, but obviously, he's still touting for the matter to proceed.
A few hours later, you say, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about 4?
Yes.
And he says, super, yes. And then you say, please bring General Mfowethu. He says, sharp Mfowethu over the page at 158. That meeting presumably took place because if we look at page 158, at message time 2:08 p.m., which would be 4:08 p.m., you say, I've arrived, please let me know when you get here. And at 2:11, which is 4:11, Sergeant Nkosi says, I'm here. So the meeting did take place.
The meeting with Sergeant Kosi did take place. However, the general was not there. Hence, I need to take you back to 178. This is still on the same day. general did not attend that meeting. He was committed on other matters that I'm not aware of. On the same day, on the 27th, he then gives feedback on that outstanding matter. He was not present at that day, he couldn't make it.
So he couldn't make it?
Yes.
So why did you want him there?
This issue of the outstanding payment was persisting.
So it was still just about the one outstanding payment to Gubis?
Spot on.
And you wanted a meeting with Sergeant Nkosi and the General?
Well, with the General.
So why was it necessary for Sergeant Nkosi to be there?
At this point, I did mention that it was the hindsight view of mine, where I should have obviously gotten the General's number at this point, but it was still necessary because we're still resolving that outstanding matter.
Can I just find out, if at this point you're still resolving the outstanding matter, why are you speaking to General Dlamini about it when you have said, you've explained to us there is a process, which starts with APPS, I think, and then you've said SCM, and then eventually it will get to you, but somewhere there is space. Why are you not following that process that you've described? Why are you talking directly to Dlamini when in fact he hasn't yet presented to you what you said there has to be evidence so that you can also justify your decision eventually?
Purpose of
Why
that.
are you not insisting
Sorry,
on
Commissioner.
that process being followed?
Chair, I'm a person who wants to complete matters end to end. And at this stage, this matter was still hanging. And matters like this don't just hang. It ends up in one way or another further escalations or litigations. So it will be clear for us to be fully aware of the position of the city. And the position must be clear. Are we able to process this? Are we not able to process this? So that we're able to speak in one voice in the event that service provider decides to escalate it to me. There needs to be one voice that we speak into as a result of the facts that we have at hand.
Let me say what it looks like to me. It looks like you have a process as you've described it, but you were content with dealing with this matter without following that process because you on your own account, you start off by getting a call from Gubis. I think you say, Mr. Mahlangu, you're in the car with Sergeant Nkosi. And then it involves General Dlamini. You describe to us a process, but nowhere is there evidence of that process being followed. You keep speaking to General Dlamini and Sergeant Nkosi about this. So on your own account, you are not following that process that you say is necessary in order to resolve these issues, which ultimately comes to you because you must resolve it eventually. You're the gateway finally, but you're not following that process consistently. You're not following the process. You're speaking to Dlamini and Kosi, both of whom are not the instrument to resolve the issue, especially Nkosi because he doesn't belong here. But on your own process, Dlamini is not the one that resolves the issue. It still has to go to SCM and then come to you. Can you just explain that?
Respectfully, Commissioner, I don't agree with that. I'm an individual who follow up with all inquiries from end to end, even if it's a resident raising an issue on an account. Once that issue is being raised, I do make follow-ups with my colleagues. There was this issue that was raised by Sorens of a household in reference to a billing issue. Have you resolved that now? Even though I had formally escalated the matter for them to deal with procedurally. There are time frames. You can't leave issues hanging forever. The city gets overtaken by events because a lot of it happens on a day-to-day basis. Same in this instance. The purpose of this was for me to get feedback from the general in terms of what's happening. We can't just ignore this thing. I'm not breaching any processes. I'm dealing with the general who is part and parcel of the process. So what I would have expected from here was the clarity that he sends, I think on 177, where he then sends 178, where he then gives that feedback. That was the purpose of that. So I was still following our own procedures and protocols, and it's normal for me to get feedback on the process towards resolving matter from our colleagues.
I accept that at 178 he gives you feedback, and I'm happy you say that. But this feedback that he gives you at 178, it's clear from it that it's not followed the process that you have described to us. And yet you don't say to him in response, you don't say to him, follow the process. In fact, you accept when he says, I've directed them to you, which is where they started. You say, you're right, that's the process. And that's a part that I don't understand. And or in fact, that I'm putting to you seems to be inconsistent with your own process that you have described. And I'm battling to understand or to see that you are not involved in a way that undermines the very process that you've described needs to be followed.
So at this point, Commissioner, I can only deal with the colleagues that we have. And once they raise this, I need to accept that as the status quo, meaning the onus is now on the service provider to take the matter forward. Meaning I'm not breaching our processes because I'm not actively intervening. I was requesting for feedback, and that's normal in terms of resolving matters. Once colleagues who are within the city give me feedback, I accept that. And then the onus is on the service provider to take the matter on.
But you see, Dlamini says, I've told the service provider to go back to 482. That's a problem I have, that you right now you say that the onus is on the service provider, and I accept that. They must submit the necessary documents. But here's what's happening internally. General Dlamini, you have said he must go and meet with them, right? In those WhatsApp exchanges where Sergeant Kosi forwards to you where General Dlamini says, I need to know whether to meet with Gubis. You say, let him go meet them. He gives feedback. He says, I have met with them. And in my meeting with them, I've redirected them to the CFO. I've said they must meet with the CFO because that's where they started. You respond and you say, this is the way. Much appreciated. So on your own handling of this matter, you don't say to Dlamini, tell the service provider to do our internal process, which is submit to you APPS, then it must go to SCM, and then it will come to me. You don't do that. You say to him, I agree with you that you have redirected them to me, which is where they started. I don't know what you're saying, the service provider, if indeed this was about payment, what you're saying the service provider must do now, because they started with you. And Dlamini tells them, go back to the CFO, and you say to Dlamini, I agree. And yet you're explaining to us now that, but the process is different and they were not following the process. I'm completely confused about your explanation if this was about payment.
Okay. Commissioner, this was about payment, firstly. Secondly, once I receive such communication, it means the matter has been fully ventilated. And I don't expect anything further. There's nothing further I can do except for wait for any form of communication that I will refer accordingly. When I say, thanks, this is the way, I'm sufficient and I'm happy with the explanation that I'm receiving from the Deputy Chief Dlamini. Meaning from his end, he has done what he can do. There's nothing else that he can do. Meaning if these guys want to take it further, they just need to refer the matter to me. He, at his stage at TMPD, is most likely saying, I've evaluated this matter. I don't see any probable case for payment. You can escalate this matter if you want. I then respond and say, okay, that's the way. Let's see what they have. Let them escalate and let them submit POE now.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
So the purpose of this meeting, as I understand it, was to deal with the Gubis payment issue.
Yes.
And the critical player there would be General Dlamini or Deputy Chief Dlamini.
TMPD.
TMPD, yes.
Yes.
But he didn't come to the meeting.
He was not available.
So why did you and Sergeant Nkosi meet anyway?
We socialize all the time. We had a meal after that. It was a long day. We probably had lunch.
When did the General tell you that he wasn't going to come?
He didn't tell me. He told Sergeant Kosi.
And you just met anyway?
No, we just met anyway and we had a meal.
Let's look at what I'm going to call him the General because that's how he's referred to in the papers. Let's look at what the General does later that evening. Can we go to page 176? Same bundle. So at 176, the last text on the page is a screenshot that Sergeant Nkosi sends you so at 8:31 p.m. And it's a screenshot that on its face comes from a message that the General sent to him at 8:02 that day. And it's a table that has tender number TMPD1, and then it's got a list of 7 companies on it. And at the bottom it says, Captain, nai mandate u Victor apiwe yona from US. And helpfully underneath it, the Sergeant Nkosi has said, companies given to Victor by Nico. So, number of questions. We've established that US is the general. So this comes from the general. And the message says, Captain, this is the mandate that Victor received. Victor was given to Victor. Is that correct?
In terms of this message, yes, that's correct, Jesse.
Sorry?
You saying what must I confirm?
Look at the foot of that message.
Yes.
Captain, nai mandate u Victor apiwe yona.
Yes.
This is the mandate given
Yes.
to Victor.
Yes.
A mandate.
Yes.
In other words, something that Victor must act on.
It looks like it, yes, Jesse.
Yes, and we see below that the mandate was given by someone called Nico.
Yes.
So let's identify the players. Who is Victor?
Victor is a chairperson of this evaluation committee.
Victor Khopa.
Yes, that's him.
He is the chairperson of the BEC, and he's been given a mandate.
Of BEC, yes.
Yes. 7 companies.
Yes.
How did you understand this message?
I ignored this message.
No, that wasn't my question. How did you understand it?
I read the message. It said, Captain, nai mandate u Victor apiwe. That's how I understood it.
So Victor has been given a mandate
Yes.
in relation to 7 companies and this tender.
Yes.
How I understand it is Victor has been given a mandate to make sure that these 7 companies get the tender.
Yes.
Is that how you understood it?
Well, Chair, I'm not going to comment on what that is because I can assure you now, I didn't even entertain this thing.
No,
Because
I accept that you didn't entertain it, but I want to understand. I want to know how you understood it.
This could have meant a number of things. It could have meant Victor must make sure companies are awarded, which he can't because he sits with committee of individuals. Secondly, it could have meant that Victor must check compliance. So it's difficult for me to give you an answer, Chair. I did not entertain this message from my
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi. The question is about how you
Yes.
understood it. It's not about several possibilities. How did you understand it? That's the question.
Yes, Commissioner. And my answer is I understood it within those probabilities that it could mean a number of things. I didn't know what it meant, but it could mean those 2 probabilities. But I can't come to the Commission and expressly say, I understood this have meant that.
So as you read it,
I had options in my mind.
as you read it, you
Yes.
understood it possibly to mean one of those
Yes.
possibilities.
Yes.
Who is Nico?
I don't know who's Nico.
Sergeant Nkosi confirmed that Nico was Nico Matobela. Do you
Okay.
know Nico Matobela?
No, I don't know Nico.
You've never had any dealings with Nico Matobela?
I've never met him. I don't know him. I've
Is-
never had any dealings with him, SC.
Was there anyone called Nico Matobela who had any role to play in the award of this tender? Official role?
No, I'm not aware of any official by the name of Nico Matobela.
And you've said in relation to the message that you understood it to be capable of 2 meanings. One, Victor had been given a mandate to appoint these 7, and 2, Victor had been given a mandate to check compliance on these 7.
Yes.
Would either of those mandates given to Victor be lawful?
No, he can't. There's no way he could check compliance. Firstly, tender is closed. He could only, by law, give clarification on the outcomes of the bid. So let's know from a compliance perspective. Secondly, it's also no. He's not allowed to get names from external individuals to appoint.
Did you raise this with Victor?
No, Chair, I didn't raise it with it.
Why not?
Because my job was to ensure that I strengthen the process and ensure that there's no glitch within the award of TMPD 01. For me, this was a matter that I need to look out for and ensure that the process is even stringent.
Well, here you have the chair of the BEC, who you are being told has been given a mandate either to appoint 7 companies or to check compliance with 7 companies at a stage when it would not have been lawful to do so. Did you not think that it was appropriate to raise with Mr. Khopa whether this report of his mandate was true?
You see, firstly, Chair, me raising this with him would now have an element of me trying to find out what's going on within the PEC. Once I'm aware of such information, my role is to strengthen that process, and amongst others is to ensure that probity assessments that are done are completed accordingly, and that all information that is assessed, validated, is true and correct. It does give me a warning to be vigilant and to ensure that we strengthen this process, which is exactly what was done by referring the matter to probity for further assessments.
So although on its face, the message suggested at least a real possibility that Victor had been given a mandate to rig this tender, you didn't see fit to take this further in any city processes?
No, I did see to take it further, and me taking it further was insisting on probity to occur without fail.
But probity would have occurred come what may. This tender was above 20 million. You didn't have to play any role there.
No, Chair, remember, not all matters, even if it's after 20 million, automatically taken by probity team. Me was to emphasize there are reprioritizations that occur all the time. So it was essential for me to ensure that that probity assessment is not deviated at all costs.
But probity would not have picked up external attempts to interfere in the process. For example, and this is from your explanation of probity, of the probity process. Probity would not have picked up, for example, that Mr. Mudise has been approached to do something, the WhatsApp that we looked at. Probity would not pick up that Sergeant Nkosi asked you to confirm compliance, and later on you suspect, in fact, he wanted you to influence the tender. Probity would not have picked up this mandate to Victor. So the answer can't be that, I insisted on probity and so all was covered. If the question is, what did you do? You are the CFO with some responsibility together with the city manager for your procurement processes, the integrity of your procurement processes. And when you are asked, you become aware that there are these attempts, including people being given mandates, allegations that people have been given mandates. If you're asked the question, why did you not do did you do anything about it? The answer can't lie in probity, because probity looks, you said to us, I think on Friday, probity looks at all the tender documents, all the documents that were submitted, and then they make a determination whether the process was fair. So the answer must be something else, can't be probity.
Chair, that's the relevant answer. You know why I'm saying that? Because it would be in a position to check whether all compliance, administrative, mandatory, and all stages of procurement are followed to the T. Matters of this nature, from my perspective at this stage, I just need to be vigilant and be wary of them. So the process of probity is essential because it validates whether there's been any breach within the steps. Also, what's key, Chair, is that within the segregation of duties, before documents are transferred from point A to point B, they're always under lock and safe, and there's always individuals who are there signing off on handing over documents. So what would occur within that process would be something that would express for probity to ensure that this portfolio of evidence on what happened within that process.
Could probity have picked up that Sergeant Nkosi tried to influence you to do something about his brother's tender? Is that something that probity, outside of the tender documents that were submitted, just from your communication with Sergeant Kosi, could the probity process have picked it up?
The answer is no to that.
Yes.
But can I please explain?
You can.
Probity would have picked up whether there was an actual tamper of those documents, whether there was actual influence. They would not have picked up an attempt. An attempt is not easy for them to pick up. But an actual tamper, it's easy for them to pick up. They utilize a number of specialized audit tools in assessing documents, how they are compiled, whether there's been exchange of documents. That's the process that they follow.
Yes. And the question was, and if it wasn't Mr. Chaskalson's question, then it's my question. It is, you become aware because you are directly approached to assist a tender, right? A particular tender or bidder, you become aware that your deputy mayor has been approached to assist. And for that matter, he says in a meeting, he says, I was in a meeting, so it's parties that are represented in the municipality that he says, I had a meeting with, and this is what they said. You become aware of that. You become aware that General Dlamini is involved with distributing lists of companies that are supposed to be favored, whether at the BEC level. You become aware that the chairperson of the BEC has been given mandates, at least that allegation. My question is, CFO, why do you do nothing about it? Not probity. Don't say to me, I know probity will pick it up. I'm asking you, CFO, because you and the city manager do have responsibility for the integrity of your procurement processes, the SCM, the whole process. You have responsibility for and accountability for it. Do you do anything about those attempts at external influence, at influence? And if you don't, what is the reason for that?
So at this stage...
And I want to add the involvement of Sergeant Nkosi as well. You have a complete outsider who is involved in this, who has a personal relationship with you. You do absolutely nothing to discourage his involvement in affecting the tender or the procurement processes of the city. Can you just explain that?
So at this point, Chair, for me to raise anything further, I need to have evidence of gratification, inducement, or an acceptance by other party. That indeed you do this for me, I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the sufficient appropriate evidence that I need to have at my disposal before I can even escalate a matter for further engagement. Because at that point in time, I would have had evidence that there is interest, and there's always interest in these matters. I would also have evidence that there's been an agreement and there's a form of gratification and inducement that has been advanced by any other parties. So without that, at this point in time, my role is to strengthen the processes and to ensure that everything is followed to the T and that property is aware of ensuring that all matters of the stages of procurement are adhered to. So the reason I don't do that, there's no evidence of inducement, nor is there any evidence of gratification. It would render my case a case of strengthen your controls. Even if I were to raise that, it would be, you need to ensure that the processes are stringent and strengthened at this stage in time. We don't have sufficient evidence to really take the matter forward.
Thank you.
Chair, we've reached 1:05. I have a long way to go on this topic.
Let's adjourn and come back at 2:05.
Big day ahead.
Someone already had a power start. High in energy, 7B vitamins, and iron. Kellogg's cornflakes. Power breakfast.
Choose your price up front. Then ride.
What's the square root of 144?
You can't choose your questions, but you can choose your price for a ride.
La Roche-Posay Sun Care Innovation and Billions UV Air. Invisible.
Choose your price and iron.
Your price up front. Then ride.
Good afternoon, all. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskowski.
Thank you, Chair. We had dealt with the issue of the message in relation to the mandate given to Victor. But that wasn't the only message that Sergeant Nkosi sent you on the 25th of March. If we go to page 177, that message was succeeded by a message at 9:08 p.m. Where Sergeant Nkosi says a message which is again from its language forwarded from General Dlamini that says, "Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority." And then there's a list of 7, and the first 2 are El Shaddai and Gapesher. Your response is, "Thanks, Mfuetu, I'm on top of this." Now, this message, did you recognize this message as a message originating with General Dlamini?
To its language, yes.
So General Dlamini was through Sergeant Nkosi saying, "Find below our vehicles for land to be given to yourself in order of priority." And then El Shaddai and Gapesher are the first 2. What did you understand General Dlamini to be wanting through this message?
That I would be able to assist in checking compliance.
Assist in checking compliance.
This is also the 4th time
That's the
that
third.
this is coming on board, Chair. So at this stage, I've also indicated that I was a tad, irritated and annoyed because this thing was persisting right from page 148. So this was the fourth instance that I was facing with receiving requests of checking compliance. And at this stage, I had already indicated it. From my perspective, I already had an idea that it might not have been stated verbatim, but it was more than just checking compliance.
So by this stage, you were starting to suspect that they may be wanting you to rig the tender in favor of those companies.
I had suspicion because I've explained on many occasions that I can't do that, but the matter kept persisting.
And indeed, if they weren't asking you to rig the tender, it's difficult to make sense of order of priority, isn't it? I mean, what could order of priority relate to other than an attempt to rig the tender?
Check compliance starting with El Shaddai, then you can check compliance followed by Ngapesheya, etc.
But why would priority even be relevant if all they were asking you to do is to check compliance?
Because time permitting, you couldn't check all documents. It would take a considerable amount of time if you were to check any document if it's compliant.
But at this stage, it's not possible to cure any deficiencies in relation to compliance. The bids have closed.
100%. Hence, as I'm indicating that over and above that, I already had suspicions that this is over and above that, even though it wasn't stated to me verbatim. I knew that.
So, but because bids have closed, why would priority make any sense if all they were asking you to do is check compliance?
That's how I understood the message.
You still understood it to be relating to compliance.
Spot on.
And then you answer, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this.
Yes.
Yeah, why?
So at this stage, I realized that either I'm being taken for a fool here, because I've explained this on a number of occasions. So I'm also going to play along and take them for a fool. In terms of, it's fine. I'm on top of this. Because I needed this to stop. It was persisting over and over and over again. So I played along, I entertained, I used what we generally refer to as huffing and puffing.
When he sent you this list now, you must have had a conversation with him on the phone where he told you, I'm sending you a list. So there's the initial list that was preceded by his own telephone call. And you say in that call he would have told you that he wants you to check for compliance. Now at 177, that would have also been followed by or preceded by a telephone call.
Commissioner, well, in this instance, no, there was no telephone call.
So when he gives you a different list, because this is the different list from where you started, so it couldn't be a reminder without an explanation. He's giving you new companies.
Yes, Commissioner, but the context is the same. Once he gives me companies of this nature, with the starting point of the two, in my mind, I can already see and I can relate this to the context of 148, 152, and 157.
Even though he didn't say that to you. He
Even though he
doesn't
didn't say that.
say to you, two cops, Tautau, Vision, Vimtire, Shumile. I don't know if you know these companies, but he doesn't say to you, I would like you to check for compliance with these other companies. He just sends and you conclude, without him saying anything to you, you conclude that it's about checking compliance.
Yes, Commissioner. I related this to the beginning of 148 and I concluded when I read this message, it was in relation to that. Yes.
Just on the face of this message?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mnisi, are you aware that the list on 177 is different to the list on 148? So they can't be asking you the same thing. If you look at the list on 148, those 7 companies, and presumably that's the people who purport to represent the EFF. Just have a look at that list on 177.
Yes, Commissioner, I see.
So if the earlier conversation, because you say this only happened once, where they asked you to check for compliance, once they get to 177, it's clear that what you have is an alternative list to the mandate given to Victor. So he's saying, this is the mandate given to Victor, but this is our list, which means this is the counter to the mandate given to Victor. The list on 177 can't be the same as the discussion in 148 because they are completely different lists. So if on 148 you were asked to check compliance, that's not what you are being asked on 177.
Commissioner, my understanding when I read these messages, subsequent to the following discussions and the various occasions, that what was requested of me to do. And I related this to the same TMPD-01. They came in succession of one another. Even if you look at 148, they first request me to check Ngapesha El Shaddai and then a list of 7 companies. Moving further to 177, they send me a whole different list with a caption of a mandate to Victor, but then thereafter another list as well. So from my perspective, there's a clear understanding that this is in relation to one event. Yes, there might be competing views coming from wherever, which I'm not involved in and I will not entertain and I didn't entertain. From my context and understanding of the sequence of events, it was in relation to checking compliance, whether their priorities were changing or not.
So your understanding is that you were being asked to check compliance of 21 different security companies? Because these are 21 different security companies.
My understanding was that I must check compliance, yes.
Of 21 different security companies?
Yes. And then their priorities changed. I mean, from 148, they stopped sending me the list of 7. It was a different set. That's what they thought, that's what they expected.
And that, does it not surprise you that it's always 7? They come in 7s. They don't come in 5s. They don't come in 3s. They always come in 7s when they come to you. And that's not unusual for you.
It's in relation to the tender TMPD1.
Yeah, but why 7?
Because 7 companies were appointed. I think that was the mandate, 1 per region. They must have obviously understood that.
Yeah. So 7 companies were to be appointed.
Spot on.
So
Chair.
when people send you 7 companies, the first thing you think about is it's not related to who should be appointed. It's related to checking compliance.
Yes, Commissioner. But can I explain, please?
Compliance with what before you explain?
Compliance with mandatory requirements, administrative requirements, whether they were ticking the boxes. And it's something I couldn't do at this stage at all. I couldn't even advise on that.
And to be fair to you, you asked to explain. So explain and then go back to Mr. Chaskalson.
So what I was explaining, Chair, is that that's what they were asking me to do. And that's what made me link the two to the first discussion. The first discussion was on 148, please assist with checking compliance. If they keep on sending a list of 7 companies, it's in relation to that. Hence, you can see this persistence, Chair, and you can see why I wouldn't waste my time doing this. And
Mr. Mnisi, you can see why it couldn't have been a reminder. So your evidence this morning that they were reminding me cannot be correct, because if it's a different list, then you're not being reminded to check compliance of the previous list, because it's a completely different list.
I respectfully disagree with that, Commissioner. The request was to check compliance, whatever they were sending me. If you look at 148 as explained, right, I ignored that. I didn't even say anything. It was preceded by a phone call. That phone call is what expedited on what I was requested to do. If you look at the second instance on 152, that second instance, they just sent me 2. And it's after a phone call. The phone call this time comes first. There's a request while we're speaking. Did you check that? No, I did not check. I don't even remember what you sent me. They then sent that to me again, which is why, from my perspective, that's a reminder. On 157, similar thing happens. And then on 177, exactly the same thing happens. There's no way where I trigger that, firstly, and I respectfully disagree with that point of view, Commissioner.
Okay.
Now, you've just spent, these messages come from, in a period around about, from 8:30 p.m. on the 25th of March. You've spent the evening of the 25th of March in what should have been a meeting with Sergeant Nkosi and General Dlamini, but turned into just a night out with Sergeant Nkosi, remember?
It was not a night out. It was probably just lunch for like 45 minutes, not a night out.
So just 45 minutes. And it started roundabouts, I think the last, about 4:15 is when Sergeant Nkosi arrived. So you just spent 45 minutes together, yes. And you went your separate ways around about 5 o'clock. But you did spend 45 minutes together.
Yes.
And before that, on the same day, before you've spent that 45 minutes together, Sergeant Nkosi has sent you 2 names, Ngapeshea and El Shaddai, early in the day. And now afterwards, he sends you 7 names saying, this is the mandate given to Victor by Nico. You don't know who Nico is?
No, I don't know who Nico is.
But these are 7 strange names.
Uh-huh.
And then he answers, he follows that up saying, here are another 7 names. Find below our vehicles for land to be given Kuimfuetu in order of priority. You see that?
In order of priority?
In order of priority, yes.
Yes, I see that.
You say, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say, this is ours, Mfowethu. Yes. This is the final list, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now is this huffing and puffing? You're playing along with him?
Yes.
I see. And it's just a pure coincidence that the top 2 on that list just happened to be awarded the contract a few months later.
It's not a coincidence, SC.
It's not a coincidence.
They were compliant. The documents that were submitted, that were evaluated, that were probity checked, deemed these companies as compliant.
No, well, there are many issues before you get to the award of a tender. Compliance is one of them. In due course, will show that they weren't remotely compliant. The second is whether they were the best bids. But of course, if you're not compliant, you shouldn't get your foot in the door at all. You accept that. There is a third issue, which is if there is an appearance of bias in the process in favor of a particular company, they should not be awarded a contract. In fact, the whole process should be nullified. Are you aware of that?
So there's no bias that's reflected here, Chair. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you say there's no bias here?
There's no bias at all.
I'm talking about the appearance of bias.
The appearance of bias is in the event that physical exchange of documents and there's physical proof to prove that. And once there's sufficient evidence, we can rely on that to take the matter forward.
Well, I mean, I don't want to enter into a legal debate with you, but I want to put some facts to you. By this stage, we have a series of texts which show that a complete outsider acting with the deputy head of the client department is repeatedly asking you to give preference to the bids of two companies, El Shaddai and Ngapashare. You accept that? 4 separate occasions.
I accept that with an explanation that it was for me to check compliance.
But earlier on, you recognized that by this stage, the 4th stage, you had started to realize that what they were actually asking for you to do was to interfere with the proper processes of the tender. Indeed. In favor of those companies.
Indeed. I mean, I've seen this and I see the persistence and I can read in between the lines. Unfortunately, at this stage, I still don't have sufficient evidence to confront anyone in reference to that. But from my perspective, in my own understanding, it was clear. I mean, you can't persist so much, being rejected, being explained to, but you still persist on the same matter. It's either you're ignorant or you're playing me for a fool, which was, of course, the second aspect. Hence, I had to decide to play along and to ensure that I deal with this matter once and for all. And with also all due respect, you will take note that after this, and my purported playing along and entertaining, or rather huffing and puffing, it stops. Not ever again do I receive any communications of this nature.
Well, that's not entirely true, but let's look at the sequence. Let's go to page 444. And there you'll see that on the 13th of April, General Dlamini sends 2 messages to Sergeant Nkosi. The first one says, lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes. Interpretation of PI Act. 3 years financials must be done by independent auditor and signed or certification that they've been audited. Lease agreement of vehicles. The document submitted of Avis is a quotation and we need an agreement with photos of vehicles including a 5-ton truck. Public liability insurance for 10 million. And immediately underneath, afternoon, Captain, I trust you well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents. These look like documents that would be mandatory requirements for compliance with that tender TMPD1. Is that not correct?
But we're sitting on the 13th of April. Tenders have been submitted and closed on the 2nd of October, SC. These documents are under lock and key.
Are you seriously, you've been through these documents, have you not?
So my question is, why would we infer that this chat here is in reference to that? Maybe firstly, I've never received this. This was never ever forwarded to me. You are now, with respect, SC, showing me a conversation between Sergeant Kosi and the Deputy Chief Dlamini. And you're pointing out areas of deficiency. This is clear areas of deficiency. I can see that. I'm just requesting for you to please show me the alignment between TMPD1 and on this.
Well, was a lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes a mandatory requirement for TMPD1?
Well, with your permission, I want to go to my annexures where I look at the mandatory requirements so that I'm give you a certain answer.
You can just
on my
just
own.
say yes or no if you know the answer. If you want to go to the if you need to go to the annexes, by all means go there. But if you know the answer, let's hear it.
With your permission, please, SC, may I please go to my document so I can verify
Go
that.
do.
So I'm on my bundle and I'm on annexure GM13. I'm going to start with page 162 and I presume this is stage 1 and it should be part of administrative requirements. So A is in reference to a tax compliance. B is in reference to CSD documentation. C is in reference to confirmation that the bidder's company rates and taxes are up to date. Original municipal bidder, statement for the bidder, not older than 3 months. 13, page number, item number C, it does request for a confirmation of the bidder's company documents for rates and taxes, 1, or